Ah, all right. Sorry for the delay, everyone. We've had
An eventful day, we'll say.
a multitude of technical problems, but I think we've worked it all out now. So it should be smooth sailing from here. All the lower divisions coming back to set up the PCs in this room. We've got RR Lucky and Lua setting up to play their match on the center stage there. And all the other Division 1 players are going. So while we were gone, let's catch up. So rounds 1 and 2 got finished by Division 1. The rest of the divisions finished a couple of rounds as well. And we saw Lua take down Red Oxide by 1 frag on the 3rd map. Then we saw Knight take down Danderking by 1 frag on the 3rd map. And off stream, we saw, maybe you could call it an upset, but Redoxide took down RR Lucky. Two maps to 1 and 1 frag on the 3rd map. So, I don't know, do you think that's an upset?
Look, I think that's pretty close. Like, Red, yeah, he's had a pretty bad previous split.
Yep.
But prior to splits that, he showed how good he can be.
Yep.
Lucky has been always, he's always been a strong player, especially now since he's been rising up the ranks since the earlier, Kawaichikon Norlay has really shone since then. So I think that, look, those two I think are pretty evenly balanced players. So definitely, again, if we see a matchup of them again, it could go either way. I think it would be another 3-mapper. I think we'd always sort of see the case of that. So
I got to say, Redoxide didn't do very well in the latest split. He got a lot of criticism coming his way that he qualified for this top 8. He qualified through points through the splits, but in the latest split, in the 3rd split, he didn't win a single map the entire split. And there was a lot of criticism saying that Redoxide maybe didn't deserve to be in this top 8.
I think he's here to show that he does deserve to be here, right? And I think he's immediately started to prove that, right? He's taken down, one of the strongest competitors, right? Like he's probably one of, maybe not even the hardest hitter, right, in this whole group.
Yep.
And he's up there with Cam, Dan.
Yep.
And I really do think that he deserves to be here, and I think he wants to prove it, right? He knows he's had a bit of a rough split, and he wants to get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving on to the map at hand, we got Lua. Who do we have up now? Lua versus RR Lucky. Yeah, we got Lua, the trapper that waits and punishes, and then hits you with a mid-air for good measure. And we got RR Lucky. Relatively, he's a rookie on the scene. He's young. He's only been around a while, and but you know what? He's on the rise. He's signed, studied, talented, and he's hungry. So I don't know. He's kind of new kid on the block. Louis been overseas. He's done a lot of training in Poland, and coming back to the Australian scene, he's got that overseas experience. He plays like a different play style to everyone else. RR Lucky, he's like, feeling out the way, and he's
100%. Lucky's a very confidence-based player, I think. Right? You can see it in his play style. When he's playing well, he just tries to steamroll, and he can just try and push you. He'll play aggressive. He'll try and get all the damage. He'll try and just take these fights where he can. Whereas Lua, he can do a bit of that himself, but he's very, a methodical player. He picks his poison. He knows when to fight, what fights to take. Gets the damage off, and he'll play smart around that. He'll know, all right, I've got an advantage here. I'm going to push this advantage. I'm going to use it now and go in for a chance to get those kills. And I think his his champion pick pool as well sort of goes around that as well, right? He likes some of those sort of like fast champs so he can get in quickly and he can play around that. So
absolutely. So looking at the pick bans, first of all, Deep Embrace, Molten, and Corrupted Keep got banned, and so we're going into Ruins of Sarnath first. Lua banned Strog and Pika, and then RR Lucky picked Galena, and Lua picked Nyx. Now, Galena on Ruins, very slow character on a very big map, but there is a lot of opportunity to put your totems in places.
And with buffed Galena too now, it's, we've got a few updates in the recent patch, so we've already seen it used once, Knight playing against Dan, and taking that map down pretty convincingly too.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Nyx, it's a hard character to pin down though, and with a slow character like Galena, I think Nyx is a pretty good counter pick against Galena.
Yep.
You know, you got the invis, you're hard to pin down. The double jump is quite useful on ruins. So I don't know, this could go either way. And it also, Nyx I think suits Lua's playstyle a lot better than Galena suits
That's exactly what I was
Lucky's
about to say.
playstyle.
I think we've seen Lua loves that Nyx trait. He's played it so many times. It's one of his like stable champions, and he's going to really want to play that. You know, he plays that champion pretty much every opportunity he gets, and so I really do think that I do think this might go the way of Lua just on that maybe merit alone. As long as he can definitely keep these totems in check is one thing too, right? You don't want to see the triple totems come up. Plus the extra damage to him is playing against the light, so.
100%.
I think these guys are ready to go. So, you got some predictions for me? What do you think?
Well,
How
I
does
think
this set go?
RR Lucky is looking for vengeance. You know, he lost one versus Redoxide. He's not feeling good about it. He hasn't had a good tournament so far. And Lua, I think, is feeling great. You know, he's done a couple of wins, so I'm going to go for the underdog in this game. I'm going to go for RR Lucky. I think he's going to be coming out guns blazing. He's ready to get going, and yeah, I think he's going to be feeling the pressure to try to put on a good show.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we're definitely going to see a slow match from this. I think to begin with, and these guys, they're gonna. I think Lua's going to try and sort of dictate the pace. I think early, and Lucky's going to try and push in, but Lua's going to try and slow that down. So.
All right, maybe we'll get some predictions in the chat. What do you reckon, Fuzzy?
Yeah, we can get some predictions going.
Yeah,
Give me a
I
second.
love that. Fuzzy is not only casting these games, but he's also running the entire stream as well. So kudos to Fuzzy this weekend. He's putting on a giant effort. Oh, and it looks so good in here. There's people in the crowd, people setting up. There's QC being played left, right, and center. All the front TV. Go up to the top button of my jacket. Got RR Lucky dealing it out here. And just looking at that LG, and he's not quite able to pin him down, but I think Lua is going for the slower approach now. Just trying not to take any damage. And RR Lucky's just playing slow and steady and safe. And I will point out he does have those 2 totems up so far, so he only needs 1 more totem to get that overstack. And once he has that overstack, he'll be feeling a lot more confident about
May the power heal you.
Alright, so I got Daspok here with me now. Just on the tech support, and RR Lucky's got his 3 totems up. And he's making a strong push here towards a Mega.
Both players looking pretty healthy going into this. I mean, we're only 2 minutes into it, and you know, a lot's happened. Like, we're talking overstep already for Lucky on the totems here. Such a good position to be in. It basically an entire item that he doesn't have to really worry about as much. Like, obviously you don't want your opponent getting the Mega, but you don't have to worry about missing it. Extra time. Look at that LG.
Oh my god. He's done so much damage there, 164 damage. And oh yeah, so Invis comes out, but Lua is railable now, and he's got the overstack. So I don't know, does Lua know that RR Lucky has the overstack? I think Lua needs to go hunting, and he's found one of the totems, so I think that might have tipped him off a little bit. He might have realized, oh, I'm a light champion here, going up a medium with a heavy stack. So, yeah, RR Lucky looking strong so far. And there you go. Lua has gone and found all the totems and eliminated them. So, RR Lucky maybe will change up his style now to not use the totems for the overstack, but we'll use the totems mid-fight.
Like that with such confidence, though.
Absolutely. And RR Lucky just, you know, playing slow and steady. This is the Galena way. Yeah, putting his totem in a very annoying spot to try to check. You know, even if Lua heard that totem, it's an annoying spot to go to. And RR Lucky hitting another nice rail. Lua doesn't quite get the Mega. He goes invisible just before the Mega spawns. And RR Lucky with another conversion. Dasbok, this is running away for RR Lucky.
This is running away. Ruins is one of those maps where you don't want to let your opponent get such a big lead over you. I mean, we're only 3.5 minutes in, but 3 frags is something that you can run for 5 minutes from quite easily. We've seen it with other players in the past, and we've seen Lucky do it himself. Like, this is this is starting to definitely get a little bit away from Lua here, and especially after such a strong showing we saw from Lua in the first match against Redoxide. Yes, he lost there, but they were bloody close games. This isn't one that that he'll be wanting to let blow out. It will be a bit of a confidence hit, especially, you know, here on LAN. With the crowd starting to build as well. We've got more and more people coming in here watching this live.
Oh, shit, we've got like 20, 25 people here now. That's great. Look, guys, if you're in the chat right now, keep up the comments on the audio because we're going through trying... Let us know how the audio is going. But yeah, other than that, oh, we got in-game audio now in our headphones, so that's good. But yeah, back to the game. RR Lucky, 3-0. So all the audio is good now. Levels are good, everyone. We're all sounding good. All right,
tell us how it sounds.
Let's go. Let's get into the game. And RR Lucky with 2 totems up. Oh, the timing was perfect by Lua. An absolutely masterful play. The invis onto the Mega, perfectly timed with the spawn. What a great setup, and he converts the frag out of that, and that is the foot in the door that he needed to get his way back into this map.
And he came out of that fight probably as good as you could hope for a light champ. He still had a good chunk of his health remaining, obviously no armor, but that means he's not going to have to completely back away and give up any of the future items. He can keep this pressure on as he catches Lucky coming up the spiral staircase there. A direct rocket straight to the face of Lucky. Lucky's just pushing in, trying to make something happen of it here. Lua is not railable, so he's going to be happy. Another direct rocket, 7 HP. How does this man survive that long? Not as long as he needed to. And there we are with Lucky picking up his 4th frag of the game.
Yeah, that's not what Lua wanted to see after, you know, getting an opportunity, for making something happen, and then giving up the frag again. And to be honest, this is playing out kind of the way that I thought it would. You know, Lucky has calmed his nerves, he's gotten himself back, gotten his composure back, and he's starting to feel, you know what, I can do this. I can get a win, you know? And so I think Lucky is starting to feel like the opportunity is there. He is good enough.
You know, that's the whole thing that he's going to be trying to prove to himself this LAN. Like, we know the story about what happened with him at KawachiCon, how his Div 2 games went then. He's not here to play with spiders today, hey Mo.
No, he's not here to play with spiders.
Yeah, he's really showing what he's made of. Like, 6 frags up, 6 minutes in, 7 minutes in on Ruins, make that 7. We're basically looking a frag a minute here for the young kid, and yeah, this is just looking like it's going to get away from him.
Absolutely.
Get away from Lua, that is, not Lucky.
Look, I'm not going to call the map yet.
No, that's my job.
At 7 minutes. But yeah, is that your job, Dasbok?
That's my job.
But this is not looking good for Lua for the rest of this map. And you know, Lucky's still got these 2 totems up. He might be able to earn himself another overstack with his totems. So not looking good for Lua. And I think Lua might be kind of feeling like he wants to, you know, just kind of get his nerves calmed, get ready for the next map, you know, get his
Do you think
combat
he's written off
back
this
up.
map already?
I think he's going to keep trying, but I think he knows. I think he knows the opportunity is waning here. Maybe if he converts a frag right now, he has an opportunity, and he's come in and he has done it. Now he's got 5 frags to do it. Let's flick over to Lua and see if we can get a comeback here.
Yeah, that's the thing. Lua now doesn't have a choice to play the super smart game. He's got to get these frags converted as quickly as possible. And, I mean, there's 2 minutes left in the map. He's got 5 frags minimum to get it done. Like, it's a tall order, and he's just got to start taking risks. He can't play the safe game anymore. He can't afford to play the safe game.
He can't even wait around for this mega, and he's got to push. He misses the rail. That would have actually been very helpful, and now that means Lucky can run around and get that mega himself. And I think that mega might be the nail in the coffin for this map, unfortunately. Yeah. And what a performance from Lucky so far. You're calling it, Daspok?
Lucky's won. I don't see a way that Lua's going to get back into it. The local hero here isn't going to be winning the first map of this setup, I don't think. I think it's now's the time to mentally check out of this map and start planning for the next one. Start planning for what's to come.
Well, I mean,
that's where he's got to win it now.
At this point in the map, you know, he just wants to practice his combat, start feeling a little bit confident in these like one-on-one kind of engagements with Lucky. You know, yeah, do some stuff like that. You know, start feeling like, you know what, I got control. I got control of the game. I got control of our combat. Oh, he doesn't see that totem there. Yes, he does in the end. He picks it up, and he's going to be kicking himself that he didn't find that totem earlier. After this game, he's definitely going to be thinking, oh, I need to find totems.
I just noticed something. He's going up against totems. Totems have 60 HP now. Where's the starting nail gun, Lua? You started the trend, mate. You're not continuing on with it. Starting nail gun, that could have been the difference between a victory and a loss here. Leaving those totems up and leaving them, you know, easily up.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, so this one is wrapping up. Lucky, you know, a really strong showing. Great first map. We're in center stage, and
thanks for having me on. I've got to go finish my match with J-Kens now.
See you, Daspok. Lucky has has some family here. He's got some people supporting him, so he's going to be feeling very good about getting this win on the main stage for the first map, anyway, of this best of 3. So, going back to the picks and bans, what do we got next? We got...
Right, so we're moving over to Awoken as our next match. Visor v BJ. So Lucky with the Visor, Lua on the BJ. How do you think you feel about this one? So Lucky, obviously, right, this is a great champ for his style, right? He loves that champion. So I think we'll definitely see him, you know, excel, right, on that Visor.
What map is it?
Awoken.
Oh, Awoken with Visor versus Lua on BJ. I mean,
yeah.
I like the BJ pick here personally. Awoken, BJ, look, it's a bit of a wild card on Awoken, and look, I'm thinking back to Razy versus Rafa in the QuakeCon final of, wait, was it QuakeCon or was it KwachiCon? I think it might have been KwachiCon actually.
Yeah.
It was KwachiCon. Last LAN, it came down to BJ versus Visor on Awoken between Razy and Rafa, and Razy popped the dual-wield LG, and Rafa popped the dual-wield LG, and Razy jumped out above him from the rail, and he got smashed by that dual-wield LG by Rafa, and it won him the tournament. That was the final frag of the entire tournament, and to be honest, I think, you know, now I'm impartial to BJ on Awoken. I love Visor and his rails, and he's a fast-moving character. But I've seen what BJ's capable of now, so I'm a believer.
Even after the performance we saw out of Lucky in that match, how dominant that was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if anyone has the skills to bring it back, it's Lua. I mean,
that's fair.
He's got that overseas experience. I mean, Lua's favorite weapon is the LG, and so that is another thing that does definitely suit BJ.
100%, yeah, and I think that's definitely what he's going to... I think we'll see Lua probably trying to go for a bit more of a style. He's probably going to try and get that side of the map, right? He's going to probably try and defend this sort of rail area, get the LG, and then he can sort of defend there. And he'll probably try and bully Lucky up. Because look at that, we've immediately taken a rail there straight away from Lucky. So again, that's why we're seeing the site was used straight off the bat.
Absolutely. And Lua still hasn't popped his dual wield, but he does have the LG, and he loves the tri-bolt. He loves the tri-bolt. He's using the Quake 3 grenade launcher, my favorite skin for the tri-bolt, and he's popped it, but out of range for Lucky. Oh, yeah, the fast tri-bolt. Lucky cannot push that. And Lucky goes for a rail. He hits the rail. Lua gets a mega mid-fight, and he will get away only just. Lucky not quite picking up this heavy yet. It has been delayed, and that's actually going to be detrimental to Lucky. Ooh, Lucky hits a very clutch rail, pushes Lua out of the room, and he can get that heavy armor. A bit of tit for tat here at the start of the game. Both players hitting some shots, making some plays, backing off. It's, you know, some footsies we're seeing out of these players, but no conversions yet.
I think they're definitely both sort of feeling each other out on this map a bit, right? It's a different, it plays quite a lot different, right, to Ruins.
Yep.
So, you know, I think Lucky wants to sort of feel how, and Lua hitting a great rail there, getting Lucky stacked down a bit, and potentially going to try and take an opportunity here. Huge stack advantage, but those rockets coming out from Lucky were phenomenal. Heavy does go in the way of Lua. The LG from above, not enough to get this kill, but the rocket doesn't do enough. Lua getting the rail kill, and even going for spawn damage here, not connecting, but the first frag will go in the way for Lua. Beautiful tri-bolt though from T there from Lucky, and even pushing him with the LG after that damage. A beautiful play there from Lucky, pushing in the second he gets the opportunity to go for that.
Wow, really interesting play there from Lucky. He just called Lua's bluff, guessing that he'd just shoot another tri-bolt, and just you know, aped him with the LG.
Yeah, you got to be careful that, you know, you don't think about it, but that's got almost as much delay as the railgun, right? So if you miss that shot and they're close, they can just push in with LG or straight onto you, and they are going to punish you hard, especially with your aim like what Lucky's got.
100%. Both players just playing careful here. Lucky pops the site, knows exactly where Lua is. Lua knows the site has been popped, waited for site to expire, and then peeked.
Doing a cheeky little push there, but rail's not connecting for Lucky. And again, we just see Lucky's barely moved from this part of the map here, right? Just that full 30 seconds, full rotation, that heavy has gone past the fake rocket jump as well. And is Lua going to read it?
Love that. He's pulled out the rail though. He's made some noise. Lua knows what's going on. Yeah.
But Lucky is able to get out of there finally. Right, that's the thing. Lua's doing such a good job of keeping Lucky sort of pinned down in that room, but the fake rocket jump was enough to escape.
Oh, dude,
Lucky now.
We're seeing a great map unfold here, guys. I think this is going to be a cracker. And the dual wheel comes out, the LG's out, the direct rocket. He picks up the 50 armor mid-fight, and he's not railable right now, but Lua is. So who's going to be able to get this mega? Who's going to be able to get the heavy armor? Lua, oh, the direct tri-bolt. That is absolutely clutch, but Lua can't drop for this. Surely he doesn't drop for this. And yeah, Lua has to back off. He's put himself in a really ugly situation there, just even making an attempt for that heavy. And there you go, RR Lucky now with a full split on the items, a 12-second split on the items. It's very comfortable, and so he has control.
Yeah, and I think they may have been a bit greedy there from Lua, trying to still fight that on such low health. It's 70 HP for that whole fight. We see another big engagement here, and again, Lucky putting that damage out such a huge amount. That mega immediately removed from Lua, back down to 100 starting stack, and that's about it. Not a single piece of armor to be seen. And Lucky will be the one to secure this heavy. Big stack to work with, and Lua is still crippled, waiting on this far side of the map over by the LG. No armor coming up there.
If there is an echo on Fuzzy, you guys, can you confirm that? We got Lucky here. Maybe you were just hearing Fuzzy through my microphone, actually.
Possibly. We're getting excited here.
Yeah,
right,
I mean, that could have been the case. But yeah, man, Lucky is playing really well on the main stage here. So I'm excited. I'm excited seeing as like didn't have a great start to the tournament so far, but now he's really showing comfortable. Great shot there by great rocket there by Lua though. That's the damage he needed. But Lucky still has full control. 5 seconds to the next mega. Very comfortable. He's got position. He's got position to defend. Lua nowhere to be seen. Lua is, yeah, Lua, it feels like Lua's back's against the wall right now. I gotta be honest, he's only down 1 frag, but it feels like his back is firmly against the wall.
Well, I think Lucky's been able to play that style he wants to, right? He's been using the side, he's been able to get the damage off, and just constantly hitting these rails onto Lua. It's just keeping him from pushing in, keeping Lua from playing these fights, taking these fights like I think he'd want to.
Yeah.
And that's definitely the Lucky style of game. He likes to get that pressure going, and again, we're going to see an engagement here in T. Lua dropping away, but again, no armor at all. Missed rail, and Lua will escape with what little health he's got. But Lucky wants to just keep the pressure going, keep the aggression happening, and just eating up all of these items on the map. Lewis still with no armor. Sight comes out and just waiting for something, any scraps that he can find left on the map that Lucky's leaving for him. Heavy's up as well. We're going to see his engagement here. Good first rocket defensive from Lua. Will push Lucky back, but it only means he's going to go straight back to Heavy.
Now, both players are basically even stacked now. Lua has position, he's popped the dual wield, and he will defend this and pick up the Mega. So this is Lua finally flipping the control a little bit. He's got stack, he's got position here. Lua could convert this into a frag. RR Lucky does back off, takes a little bit of LG in the back, but he does run off. 5 seconds till the next Heavy, and Lua waiting for that rail, and he will run off to that Heavy. So RR Lucky, Lua, I mean, putting in some good work here, but stacks ending up about even, and RR Lucky does have the 50 to fall back on. I think Lua not hitting that rail, taking a rail in response. Oh, the two rails
there from
that
Lua.
was absolutely clutch. And another rail from Lua. He's hit 3 in a row now. He goes for the 4th, but he misses it. That would have gotten the frag, and he doesn't quite convert it. 5 seconds to the next Heavy. I think this is going to be RR Lucky's, and man, Lua just isn't converting these opportunities.
So so close there, but maybe just pushing around with rail, right? Such a risky play. If you don't get that shot, and because of that, he got punished with that rocket. Takes a huge chunk of damage. Another fantastic shot. The dual even gets forced. The LG, massive damage up close, but the rockets in the close range engagement are just too strong. Bounced around, not able to hit any of the dual wield.
Yeah, you got to feel for Lua there. He pretty much miffed all of his LG just then. That was absolutely killer. And RR Lucky extending his lead. 2 frags, like 2 frags is nothing on this map, you know, but right now in the context of this game, it feels like a hell of a lot. And there we go, we got a third. 3 minutes to go. I don't know, like Lua is equal stack, but it doesn't feel like he's got an opportunity right now. 45 health on RR Lucky though, he misses the rail. Oh, the swap to machine gun doesn't do quite enough damage and 3 HP remaining.
I don't know how he survives there. I don't know how Lucky gets away with that. And that is sort of an nail in the coffin almost at this point. Like, it just feels like none of these fights are going Lua's way. The duel's going to come in here. Lucky just jumping back. Huge amount of damage, and wow, he actually does a really good job in that fight. Lua barely surviving. I
mean, he finally hit all that LG with the dual wield out, and he converted the frag, so that was all she wrote basically. And now, 3 frags in it. There is an opportunity here. 2 minutes. Oh, really good rocket. He can convert him here. No, but the Mega gets picked up mid-fight. And how much HP does RR Lucky have? I think he ended up
pretty much nothing.
He ended up with 2 health and 20 armor, I think, after that fight. So 1 more tick of LG would have fragged RR Lucky in that fight. Absolutely killer for Lua.
It's like, what, the 3rd time now I think Lua's Lucky survived it with almost... Usually we see, you know, we made the joke saying Lua's the one who's always surviving on 1 HP, but I think he's finally getting a taste of his own medicine in this match here. Lucky just refusing to go down in these fights, regardless of how much damage gets thrown out, and the LG is just being so strong, diving down there, hitting 100%, and the stack of Lua just absolutely melted.
Yeah, what an absolutely strong showing from RR Lucky in these 2 maps. And Lua, I think Lua is going to be kicking himself a little bit right now. Like, Lua, you know, didn't convert on his opportunities and wasn't able to basically get a foot in the door in either of these maps. You know, a couple of good opportunities for Lua, but RR Lucky firmly winning these maps.
And I think right now, yeah, he's just, you know, going around having a bit of victory parade here, just, you know, showing off his skills, and I think he's got to be really happy with this, right? Like, this is a really good... Yeah, absolutely. This has been a fantastic showing from him, and, you know, taking down one of the strongest competitors. You know, Lua was up there, you know, top 4, I think we can say.
And we'll try to pull up RR Lucky on casting after this and get an interview with him if you stick around. You know, he's clearly won this match, so yeah, stick around after this. We'll go to an intermission for just 30 seconds or so. We'll bring RR Lucky up here, and then we'll get on to the next match. There won't be as big delays between the between last match and this match and next match. It should only be like 10 minutes or so. So yeah, don't worry.
We had some server problems that have all been fixed now. Yep. Everything's underway now. So
yep. So yeah, we're chilling now. We're chilling now. It's good. But yeah, that'll be it. And I'm going to go get our Lucky for an interview.
So yeah, give us a couple of minutes here and we'll be back with you.
All right, we're here with RR Lucky, and now representing DXA Esports.
That's right.
Now, Lucky, you lost your first 2 matches.
Yep.
Third match, you got put on center stage.
Yep.
But a huge performance there. Family in the crowd.
Yep.
How you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I was worried coming into it. Obviously, my last match against Red. I think the nerves probably got to me a little bit. So, you know, it's been ages since last LAN, right? So, but yeah, and yeah, I was worried how I was going to do in terms of, you know, coming in the center and being on the screen. But yeah, just don't know what changed with that. Maybe that break helped. But yeah, I was able to keep focus and yeah, play well. So.
Yeah, well done. You looked like you were in really firm control in both of those maps.
Yep.
Galena, obviously, we were hesitant to think it was a strong pick on Ruins because
Yep.
slow character versus Nyx, hard to pin down the Nyx.
Yep.
But getting that first frag, getting your totems up, made you look very comfortable. How do you feel that map went out?
Yeah, I think for a lot of people, Galena's not a map 1 pick. For me, it's definitely more of a comfort pick. I think I have the most reps on Galena on that map. I just, yeah, so I don't know, I always feel confident on Ruins. I feel like it's very easy to get back in control when you get good positioning and have the totems to help you get to that stack where you can defend an item. So yeah, and yeah, I've played Lure a lot as well in practice, so I know that he has a bit of a passive playstyle, so I just wanted to abuse that sort of passiveness, get my totems up, and find the I guess the gaps in the map, and yeah, set myself up, and yeah, it worked out well.
Yeah, nice. Well done.
Did the Nyx pick concern you at all coming out from Lure? Because we've seen
No.
No?
No, I don't think so. I've played against his Nyx quite a bit. I used to hate playing against Nyx, but yeah, now I think I've gotten a lot of reps on it, so yeah, I was pretty confident. Yeah, it's a hard map to chase, but yeah, I felt pretty confident.
And on Awoken, did you counterpick Visor against his BJ, or did he pick BJ after you picked Visor?
I'm trying to remember. Well, he got first pick, so
I
it was
think-
me that picked Visor, I think, first.
Well,
oh,
you
it
would
was
have
my
picked.
map pick,
You would have
actually,
picked
so-
Galena first, I think.
Yeah, no, I picked Galena first,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
actually, no,
you
you're right.
counterpicked Visor into his BJ.
Yep.
What do you think about that matchup, Visor versus BJ on Awoken? Do you feel comfortable doing
yeah,
that?
I don't rate BJ on Awoken.
Mhm.
It's where BJ is good is like, think about CK, where all like the areas that you're fighting are pretty wide open. Whereas Awoken, I feel like there's a lot of, you can just duck in of cover, like top tier, it's all tight corridors, and I just don't feel like you can get as much value out of the dual wield. I feel like it's easy to get away from it too. If like he's top 10, you're on Mega, and he pops it, you can just run to Cuddy and go rail. So Visor is also a comfort pick for me, so it suits my rail, it suits my combat playstyle. So So yeah, I was pretty confident going into that as well.
Yeah, cool. And in terms of the tournament so far, how are you feeling about your comfort going into all the games? What are you looking at trying to finish? What are your expectations?
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
My goal right now is just to maintain focus. I think it's the hardest thing on stage, is to keep focus and not let the outside stuff get to you. You know, you have a crowd, you have your opponents right next to you, so it's a lot easier for that to get to you versus like in your bedroom play online. So
did you notice that there was like 20 or 30 people there watching the game?
I did, as I was setting up. I saw I had some people even message me saying, "Oh, I'm actually at the venue that I wasn't expecting." So
yeah, wow, that's sick.
So yeah, it was sick, and it's awesome to see all these people out here. So it's I never thought I'd be playing on a stage playing Quake. So.
Hey, there you go, mate. To be honest, I think 2 years ago, I was smacking you like 20-0, and now you're smacking me, So
same thing here. Like,
quite,
I'm sure, we had a close match in the grand final there, and then now I wouldn't get a frag off you. I think so.
Yeah. And how old are you, Lucky?
25.
Yeah, you're 25, and some of these guys, they're in their late 30s.
They've been playing Quake for that long.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
for forever. So it's nice to see some young blood coming into the scene and absolutely killing it. So congratulations.
Thank you.
So up next, you're still on stage.
Yep.
You'll be up against Mike.
Yep.
How do you feel about Mike?
It's a very different game to what I just played. So even when you don't expect him to be, so I'm gonna have to adjust how I play a little bit. Can't play how I played against Laura as I do against Mike, but yeah, I'm confident. In practice, we played each other in practice. I think yesterday, and yeah, it went all right. So and I'm pretty happy with the setup how it is right now. So yeah, I think I'm the most comfortable I've felt so far. So
okay, all right. Well, congratulations on your win, and we're going to go to an intermission. I think we'll be about 10 minutes till the next match, and then we'll get started with Mike versus RR Lucky. Take us away, Fuzzy. You. Check, 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 check. Mic check. All right, everyone. We're here with Hamo and Fuzzy.
Hello, Hamo. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Fuzzy.
Good to see you again.
Nice to see
Good to see you again.
Yeah,
We've had just a short break.
Welcome back, everyone.
And I'd just like to congratulate us for actually, for the first time, I think, all stream, being on time for a break.
Oh,
we just
hell yeah.
ticked onto our 10-minute
And you know what? We're going to be on time for the rest of the entire tournament, so don't you worry about any more delays.
I might worry a little bit. We won't tell anyone. Anyway.
So now we have Mike versus RR Lucky on stage. Mike is set up. RR Lucky is set up. They got their pick bands ready. You know, a little bit of background. Mike has come into the KDC top 8 in 8th seed. He's the quiet grinder. He's the people's underdog, and he has sneaky punchlines. He's a comedian at heart. Mike, you know, he doesn't like to talk much when he's in the zone, but off stage, he's definitely a comedian. And in-game, he's all discipline. Study, grind, execute. And he loves proving predictions wrong. So I reckon, according to the seed, the prediction is RR Lucky is going to take this one, but
it's Mike, right? He's one of the few players, I think, who can walk away from the game for like 6 months, and he'll come back, and he'll be the exact same level as he was the day he walked off. He is that consistent. And I think that's part of his strength, right? Like, he can... He's just a consistent game. You always know what you're going to expect from Mike, and you can always rely on him showing up for that.
Well, you know, Mike has really strong fundamentals. He makes very few unforced errors. He's a very smart player. You know, RR Lucky, he moves around the map a lot. He hits a whole lot. He makes a lot of plays. But when someone's making very few unforced errors, you know, that can be the kind of rock-solid play that kind of trumps the guy that's making the plays, you know?
Especially, I think, a player who's got a very aim-heavy style, right? They like to try and sort of bully their opponents a bit more into making a mistake, and then they can punish that and just push in on them. But Mike's not going to be the player who's going to allow that to happen quite so easily. I think he's definitely going to be prepared and ready for those sort of plays. You know, these guys have all played each other plenty of times, so they know what sort of things to expect. And I think Mike's going to adapt really well to that, and he's going to be ready for it.
100%. All right, so let's look at these pick bands quickly before getting into the match. I think the players are ready, so we can probably get in pretty quickly. First up, we got Awoken. Mike is on Ranger. BJ was banned, and RR Lucky is on Strog. And Vale, Deep Embrace, and Molten were all banned. I know Mike banned Deep Embrace because RR Lucky is his favorite map. You know.
Yeah, you don't want to play Lucky on Deep Embrace.
Yeah. And then, second map is Corrupted Keep Galena versus Eisen. That's a pretty solid matchup there. So we'll definitely see 2 maps, of course. But yeah, back to this first map. Ranger versus Strog. You know, this is a pretty typical matchup. I think Strog, Ranger feels like it's a strong pick against Strog, because Strog, when he goes into Pika form, is like, you know, stationary. So you think you can throw your orb into him, you can just ape him, get in his face, be super aggressive and kill him. But in my experience, it doesn't really play out that way. I feel like the Ranger play against Strog isn't as strong as you'd like it to be. The crouch slide movement is very fast, and it makes it hard to hit a good orb on the Strog. So I don't know if it's the strongest pick coming through there. But in saying that, you know, if anyone can make it work, I reckon it's Mike. And what we saw at KawachiCon was an incredible orb play from Mike. It's the highlight.
I think everyone has seen that clip, right? Yeah, everyone has seen that.
Also on Awoken, where he made an enormous clutch play on the Mega Health. So, you know, I don't know what we'll see from this match. But we're getting into the match now. We're going to start on Mike or RR Lucky.
Yeah, starting on Lucky here.
Starting on Lucky with Mike's face cam.
Don't you worry, it's all We're onto this. Hang on, we know what we're doing.
We're onto this?
We're onto this.
Okay, because we've still got Mike's face cam. But, we still got Mike's face cam.
No, we don't.
Isn't that Mike? That is clearly Mike.
Oh, sorry,
yeah, there we go.
sorry.
There we
All
go,
right,
there
that
we
was
go.
my fault.
There we go.
I will be honest.
Hey, he said he had it under control,
Yeah,
ladies
look.
and gentlemen. But yeah,
Back
we
to
got
the action. What's
RR
important?
Lucky here, and he, you know, strong start here. He's got position on this mega. He's locking Mike out. Mike's able to get the rail though, and RR Lucky doesn't have the rail. So, you know, a little bit of back and forth here. No quick frags, and this is the kind of start that I like to see out of Mike. You know, Mike wants the map to settle down so he can start putting the wheels in motion and have enough stack so he can't just be like pushed and killed. And yeah, we're seeing exactly what I thought would happen. Mike playing slow and steady, methodical, not trying to make any unforced errors, and actually we're seeing Lucky kind of match that now. So he's slowed down his play style as well. He's trying to find where Mike is. Mike has finally shown himself. A couple of good rockets from great position. RR Lucky whiffs the crouch slide, and that will actually slow him down enough to take a rail just before he gets through that teleporter. And Mike now in firm control.
Yeah, started out really slow on top count. The orb comes flying through, but down into this little corridor is so risky, you cannot push through. And Mike forced to fall back here, and he's got Lucky low, but again, such a really risky place to try and push through. Pika comes out, finds nothing, and unfortunately Mike read that so perfectly. Flies around the corner. And again, the damage coming out here from Mike. Lucky barely alive, just trying to run away still in a railable level here and playing this quiet. Mike with the rail knows the position and... Oh, the rocket! He predicts it absolutely perfectly. I think he's going to be happy with that one. That might be the best frag so far, and the shots coming through over the top.
That was unbelievable. I couldn't believe that.
I saw him watching, I'm like, there's no way this hits is there.
Yeah, I know. I thought that was missing for sure. And then dunk straight in the face. So Mike with the great start here. He's looking very strong. And no unforced errors yet.
And that's the thing we were saying, right? Mike's just playing this and that sort of perfectly. He's done nothing that you'd think, oh, okay, this is a mistake, or he's playing this cool, he's calm, he's playing it smart, and he's pushing when he gets a good advantage. Like right now, especially, right? He's got a huge amount of damage. The orb comes out, and he's even used it as a fake and swaps at the LG. Perfect kill from Mike. Look at that, absolutely perfect. And the LG as well, trying to start the nail as well, trying to get the damage off spawn. Yeah,
he might have been better off to use the rail there, but either way, you know, good prediction, knowing where the spawn was. RR Lucky did spawn there, so Mike did see him. And yeah, Mike is going to keep playing this defensive position from the rail room.
And the thing is, he knows exactly what's right. You may look at that and think he just gave up Mega for free. But in his mind, he's like, well, I've stopped Lucky from getting this rail. And that's what he's playing, right? He's playing the rail denial game because he knows how strong Lucky is with that weapon. And sometimes that's the best way to play, right? You play around your opponent, no orb up, so he can't go straight in. Tribot coming out from Lucky, not connecting. And again, look, Lucky's so desperate to get in this room. But Mike, he's just a rock-solid pillar here. Not giving him a chance to get in the rocket jump up.
Great play from Lucky. And Mike has to rocket jump out of there. And finally, Lucky has the rail in his hand. And yeah, I think we might see a couple of sharp rails come out from Lucky now. He's probably itching to shoot that rail.
And we'll see, oh, beautiful rocket on that Mega pickup, immediately removing all of it. But I think we might see a bit of a different play now coming out from Mike right now that that weapon's already been lost. And look at that that first shot, and even orbing straight in, just denying the position. There's still
very early.
Comes out, and yeah, no, not ready for that. And Lucky just diving in there, LG in hand, cleaning that up. And look at how healthy he is after that. Bit of a missed rocket jump there, but
he was very, very early for that heavy, and I don't know if he mistimed it or if he just took a gamble to try to hope that it was spawning, but did not pay off. And Lucky finally getting a frag on the board.
So a good tri-ball coming out from Mike, and the rocket as well defensively. Mike's doing such a good job of just pushing Lucky away, right? Not allowing Lucky to get these rail angles. Lucky's taking damage before he can even see Mike. And that's exactly what Mike needs to do here, because he doesn't want to play that rail. He's seen how punishing that rail can be. And Mike is ensuring that he's never visible in some of these longer angles. But Lucky, he's ready for this. Bam, immediate. First time he gets a chance, rail connects. Second one misses, and Mike rocket jumping out. Going to see an engagement over by Mega. Lucky's in position. Mike is not healthy in the orb through the window required. Otherwise, Mike would have been taken down there. Halfway through this map. And a Beautiful shot there from Lucky. 1 to 3. Now this low ground distance, risky going up, but goes straight up the bounce pad, and a huge amount of damage coming from Mike the Rocket, followed up by the rail. Now stuck in by this LG. And Mike's actually going to come out in a better stack here, and with the LG as well, the damage not connecting from Lucky the Rockets there. He's falling back, and the rail connect from both players. Lucky is so low. Mike still healthy with that Mega, and there's plenty of time for this heavy as well. Lucky, yeah, he's forced to just run for his life. Needs to try and get up any stack possible. And straight over towards the LG room. Usually the most common place for most players to go and stack is now just playing it slow, playing it quiet. 0 armor to his name. Cannot take a fight. Beautiful rail to begin the engagement. And another one as well. And look at that, 2 rails. And Lucky has just immediately put this back to a close to even match. Mega going towards Mike. Lucky with the high ground position. The orb. Oh, the fake as well. That's one thing I like about
LG. No, not quite enough though.
It was a good play though. He's done a lot of damage, right? Even this back up and the rocket jump to get away. That was so close for Mike. All it would have taken was that rail would have done it.
He's one rail though. Mike must not have the rail. Like, does he not have the rail? Has he run out of rail ammo? And
who needs it, right? Goodness. You've just got a tri-bolt. So
he had the rail too. He had the rail. It doesn't matter. He knew better. Mike knew better. All right, so Mike reaffirming his lead, putting himself up 4-1. 3.5 minutes to go, and I think Mike is feeling not comfortable, but oh no, not anymore. Oh, hits him on the toes.
Beautiful little nail jump to get up to that T position, getting away quick enough so Mike not able to get that last shot. Oh, huge amount of nail to the TP, and wow, Mike with the nail to rail combo, and even the rail through the TP as well.
Yeah.
Mike right now, again, what we were saying earlier, right? Just putting on a masterclass. Probably going to go down here, but he survives. Both players critically low here. Pretty much whoever gets this next. I love the rocket jumping so far that Mike's using in this fight. He'll rocket jump on any HP just to get away as fast as he can. Tri-bolt 2, nice bit of damage. Again, Lucky, still really not healthy, cannot push in. And with time becoming such a big factor, doesn't even matter. Look at that, just coming around the corner, clean rail.
Conversion.
And Mega will be his if he knows. 2 more seconds, don't leave.
They spawn at the same time. I don't know if Mike will be able to get this heavy though. Ara Lucky does come in. Ara Lucky does not have much to his name, but he will pick up the heavy. That is a killer rail though. And now Ara Lucky is 1 rail away from getting killed. Ara Lucky's got to be very careful. He's got enough a bit more stack. Mike going back to this rail denial playstyle. It's worked out really well for him so far. So, you know, why not keep doing it? And, you know, Ara Lucky, I think, has wised up to it. Finally, the Orb versus the Pika play comes out, but they will equalize, and that will put Ara Lucky with an opportunity now in the last 2 minutes. No, there you go.
Not going to happen. Close. A lot of LG damage coming out from both players, but Mike in the end taking that one, and with 8-2, minute and a half, this will be a map 1 victory going to Mike.
Yeah, and I got to be honest, 8th seed Mike taking down Ara Lucky, who we just saw take down Lua in a very confident manner. Well, I think we might be seeing a bit of scissor paper rock here in terms of play style.
I think this is what I really like too, is because it's not just, you know, you don't just have a clear set of, you know, this player is going to beat this player, and you don't have, you know, they don't clear the ladder. You've got a bit of mix up, right? You don't know what's going. You come into these matchups, and you just do not know who's going to win.
Yeah, I think like the seeding going to the finals is going to be really interesting after all these matches.
100%.
Because if, you know, A's beating B and B's beating C and then C's beating A, like, I don't know who's going to be ranked where.
We might have a lot of ties for first, second, and third, I think.
Yeah, or like third, fourth, and fifth. Anyway, but yeah, this is, I mean, it just goes to show how close the top 8 really are, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, I think a lot of people, you know, complaining that, you know, the top 8, you know, weren't as good as some people that weren't in the top 8 or things like this. But to be honest, these guys all really deserve to be 100%.
Here. I think what we're seeing from everyone so far on stream proves that everyone in top 8 right now have earned their way there.
Yeah,
and they deserve to be.
They're really strong. So, you know, kudos to Mike for getting this first win. And let's see if he can pull out the entire set.
Yeah. Yeah, 9-3. Solid victory there going to Mike in the first map.
All right, so next we'll be getting into Corrupted Keep. Mike on Galena and Lucky on Eisen. Fuzzy, how do you feel about this matchup? Eisen versus Galena.
Look, personally, I don't really like this matchup.
Oh, yeah?
Just throwing crap on the map and just
Why?
leaving it everywhere.
Yeah, lots of spawn bulls.
Yeah. No, but it's I think it's an interesting map, especially on this map too, right? It's because Eisen, maybe not the most traditional champ here, right? But definitely has his ways he can be used well. And Galena, obviously, I think with the totems, you know, having that little bit extra health now as well is going to be a big buff. When you can throw them down, you're going to heal that little bit more, do that little bit more damage, put them through behind TPs, right? That's a you know, it's a big chunk, 50 damage, right? That's a lot of damage if you're getting that for free. If you're like, if you just go through a TP and take 50 damage to take LG, that's a big cost.
Yeah, it's like more than half a rail. Anyway, we're getting right into this map.
So after seeing that first set, then how are you feeling?
Well, I think Mike's playstyle suits this matchup. Like Mike's slow and steady, two slow and steady kind of characters. He's not just going to get like, you know, the aggression play taken out on him. I think this matchup really suits Mike's playstyle. So yeah, I think if we're going to see anything good happen with RR Lucky this match, like to turn the tides, I think he needs that first frag. I think he needs to get it early. I think he needs to set something up with the turret to push Mike into the turret, because if Mike starts getting his totems up, starts getting comfortable around some kind of overstack,
100%.
I think this map might get away from RR Lucky.
And I wonder if we'll see a similar play from Mike on this map that we saw on the previous one, with trying to, you know, deny some of these items a little bit, try and keep Lucky away from some of these items, you know, especially the LG, right? Such a crucial tool on this map.
So we're starting here on Mike. We're starting here on RR Lucky, sorry. He's got the heavy machine gun. It's a great gun to have on this map. You can deal so much damage with that heavy machine gun.
So that's effectively your railgun here, right? So you're using that to...
But, you know, RR Lucky, I think he's going to wait until he has a little bit more stack before he can kind of play aggressively. But this is kind of playing into Mike's hands, you know? The longer you wait versus Galena... Oh, a nice little amount of damage there. It won't really make a difference, though, because Mike has that totem up. And I think RR Lucky might be tricking himself a little bit, thinking that he's done more than he actually has. But gatekeeping the heavy machine gun, you know... Mike did the same thing with the rail last game, and it's kind of, the tides have turned a little bit. So I think what we're seeing here is RR Lucky is wising up to the fact that Mike gets all the totems, takes out his two totems. That's very good from RR Lucky. This is a very smart play. The heavy is up. He doesn't decide to fall back on it. He would have had time for a run between heavy and mega, and he's going through the teleporter. This is a very risky play. He could have got him both the major items there. Instead, he goes through. He is aggressive. Now he goes in with the LG and he gets the frag. Absolutely huge. I don't think you'll be able to get the heavy here though, but that is the aggressive play that we kind of expect from RR Lucky. You know, leaving some items up, taking a gamble, and it capitalizes.
And it's just a really good double back, right? Reading the situation absolutely perfectly, catching Mike out in the exact wrong position, right, where Mike did not want to be, and, you know, gets rewarded with that first frag, right, and taking the lead now. And 2 minutes sort of into this map, and it's turret's been taken down. And Lucky just trying to find some damage here. Mike just sort of hanging back a little bit. Doesn't want to push in, doesn't have the weapons to find. That's the biggest problem for Mike right now. No LG. You cannot take a duel, a 1v1 duel on this map if you do not have the LG. This might be Mike's chance. Jumping across. Machine gun gets a little tickle of damage. Lucky and Mike just diving down again, but look at that. Huge amount of damage coming out. The LG every time you peek. Got to be careful. The rockets in return. Not too bad, but runs straight into that totem.
To the face.
Yep. We were just saying that they do that extra damage now, and they really, really hurt.
And you can see it made a difference. Like, he's lost quite a bit of armor there. He's only got 100 health. He's lost all the overstack that he had. And he's coming in here. It's quite a risky play. And Mike does have the LG. I am very surprised that Lucky got through that without losing his life. And Mike doesn't know that the heavy's not up. Mike does not know that the heavy's not up. This is going to be a really strong position for Lucky to be in. He's got timing on both items. He's got both the major items. Now, Mike does have 2 totems up, however, and he is playing for this third totem now. He just saw that the heavy's not up. He probably thinks that Lucky just came from the heavy. So, I don't know what we're going to see here. Lucky has control. Mike is going to go for those 3 totems. Mike's waiting for the heavy, though. Lucky knows it. He's coming in for the kill. He's going to try to take it. 100 damage. He gets the direct rocket, and he gets the frag. This is big. This is big. He leaves the Mega up again, though. And there we go, a huge amount of damage here. He should convert this frag, and he gets a 3rd as well. So he still hasn't found any of the totems though, and there you go. Mike gets the overstack. So Mike has overstack now. He's got the health to be able to take this fight if he wants to. I don't think Lucky is aware that Mike has the overstack just by the way that he's playing. He hits a huge direct rocket. He doesn't follow it up with the midi, but will he find some totems?
Well, and that's totems, right? Save 1 HP.
1 HP!
Totems just saved it. Totems saved it. And I think that's probably going to be right. Surely that at this point now is the calling point to where Mike's like, Lucky's like, okay, well, how did he win that fight? There's no way he could have beaten me. That will be the thing that will make him realize, okay, these totems are here. And Mike's still 2 up. He's about to get this 3rd one back. So he's going to have the overstack. And they're all in the one spot. So, right, so if he dies here, which he shouldn't go down. He's got a good stack.
Oh, 5 HP,
shotgun.
One cell of LG would have taken him down, but he gets away with the skin of his teeth, and he's still got the overstack. So will Lucky find those totems? That's really the difference in the game right now.
Yeah, and like, look, they're all in one spot, right? So as soon as he does find them, they're all gone. So Mike's either going to have to try and defend that, because right now he doesn't have any overstack from it. Oh, Lucky pushing through that TP, huge amount of damage to the turret. Doing a little bit of work actually for Lucky in the background. But Mike will finally clear him away. Oh, there we go. I think he's seen them. Shotgun from Lucky actually did a good chunk of damage, and we're going to see another totem coming down. And look at that, immediate full overstack, pushing straight through. Oh, wow, okay. Lucky with the meaty shotgun. Just destroy Mike. And oh, no ammo! And Lucky, and Mike just pushes in. The nail gun.
Did Mike know? Did Mike know that there was no ammo, or did he just...
I think he's just going for that helmet, right? You get that nail spawn, sometimes the adrenaline, right, is pumping, and you just want to go for it.
Hey, no unforced errors, Mike. You know, that was a very calculated play.
That's true, that's true.
And, oh, he misses a little bit of LG there. He would have gotten the frag if he kept his stream 100%, but misses a little bit of LG. And Lucky gets only just away, and that will save Lucky's life. Lucky has stacked up again. He is making a play for this Mega as well, and Mike will eventually end up getting that Mega, get the totems, get the hourglasses, put his totem up, and take center map. So Lucky might have more stack right now, but Lucky is on the back foot.
Especially after that huge amount of LG damage, followed by that rocket. Beautiful shot there from Mike. He's a perfect read. He's actually still alive, and the shotgun switch was actually a great choice there from Lucky, doing a good chunk of damage for Lucky, but unfortunately, again, I think, no, there's no totems on this side of the map anymore. Oh, there is one ALI, and Mega will be there as well.
Nice movement out of Mike, moving very fast around the map. That's a good fight for Lucky. You know, he put his totem in an annoying spot, and Mike has to play around it now. He's backed off, but Mike with the 2nd totem up now, is going for that totem play again. And the longer Lucky plays this defensive game, you know, backs off with the tri-bolt, you know, tries to play careful, the longer that he gives Mike to get up that 3rd totem and get the overstack.
Yeah, and so far, pretty much that overstack, right, is what's brought Mike back into this game and pretty much put him in the spot that he is.
Well, pretty much every frag has been due to the overstack so far. But Lucky does find a totem. I'm not sure we're going to see another overstack in this map. I think Lucky is aware of it. And Lucky with the huge LG, I think he hit literally 100% then, was completely ready for Mike. Mike was not able to reciprocate. And
I think even Timmy chimed in a little bit in the background there as well to help out from the back. So, you know,
Yep.
the double team there, a bit of teamwork, and you love to see it. And beautiful push out, Mike with a tri-bolt in hand, and Lucky catches him out, unaware. And managed to spin this game back around, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not exactly playing out how we thought it would play out, but RLucky is doing a great job of adapting to the situation.
Mike in actually a pretty good spot here, especially after 9 that armor. He's going to try and push in 3 HP. Let's just see a machine gun swap, and the nail gun will do it. Cleans that kill up, making this a 1 frag game. Once again, Mega will be here momentarily. Mike takes it, and he's finally going to get this LG as well. Going to push in aggressive here, and Lucky on the low ground. Ooh, rocket barely flying by. Last rocket used there as well for Mike. And now we see a bit of a slow play, right? We've got 1 frag in this, and we're down to 2 minutes. Nine the armor there, and immediately taking a bit of damage there. So that armor shot is now gone. We see a second totem go down, and great defensive shots coming out from Lucky. Mike is struggling to get back in there. He does have heavy calls back this, and we see an LG engagement, and wow, massive damage coming out from Lucky. He's got the mega stack as well.
100%. And 1 frag in it, a minute and a half to go. This map is the map where you can spiral, you can lose a lot of frags really fast. He's got his back against the wall right now. He's not going to get away, and RLucky with the frag gives him that 2 frag lead. Mike is still in it for sure. This map, you can get 5 frags in a minute easily, but
100%.
RLucky playing a really good calculated game right now, and that frag is extremely important. Oh, a lot of damage coming out from Mike. A lot of damage coming out from Mike. He will push in. He's done so much though, but the Timmy's hitting from the back. A 4 HP remaining for RLucky. Mike does not convert, and the totem gets the frag.
You hate to see it. Walking around the
goodness.
corner, and he's just so desperate for that bubble.
Yeah,
he wanted it so badly.
Yeah, and that is huge for Mike. Mike within 1 frag now, with 50 seconds to go in the map. Can he convert? Hey, he gets the heavy armor. He's gonna get the totems. He's gonna get the overstack from the totem. Actually, did he not get the overstack? Okay, now he's got the overstack from the totem. Takes a rocket though. That's good damage. That's good damage from RLucky. And RLucky looks like he's gone into run mode. He's going into full run mode. He's not even gonna try to get this light armor. Does some good damage though. He's evened up the stacks somewhat. Yeah, basically the stacks are even. The overstack will be very helpful for Mike though, and Mike is going full aggressive, trying to trap down RLucky within the next 15 seconds. He catches him, he finds him. Can he get the frag?
Lucky doing such a good job right now. Running away against the engagement here. The LG comes out. The rocket's defensive. The rocket jumps to get up on high ground. Mike's got to keep chasing. And no way.
Oh, the totem does damage, but he flubs his rocket jump, and RLucky will get just away with that map. Oh my god, right down to the wire.
That was a very, very last minute sort of engagement. I can't believe Lucky managed to get away in that situation.
Yeah.
Great defensive damage from him, right? Just pushing Mike back. All he needed was those couple of seconds, and he bought just enough time. And then that one little, and we were talking about, right, Mike doesn't make those mistakes, but that one little mistake may, look, Lucky could have still, killed him if he got up, but that could have cost him that map.
And RLucky won that map, but the item count was heavily in Mike's favor. Mike got more heavies, he got more megas, he got like almost double, or like I think he got 15 lights, and RLucky only got 9 or 10 lights. So, and he had the overstack. But RLucky's play style was just dealing out so much damage at the right times, and Mike just was not reciprocating in the right way.
Yeah, 100%. And the totems were doing good work, but I just think in the long run, I just don't think they were enough. Right, he got a good, when he had triple up, it was fantastic. Right, he was in control. He had everything going. But then as soon as Lucky sort of started getting on, I think once that one fight happened, right, where Lucky's like, oh, I've got this fight in the bag, and then he comes out and just gets out LG'd. I think he's like, oh, hang on, all right, something's going on, what's happening. We've now got to clear these totems, get back in the control of this map.
So now we're going into Blood Covenant, Mike's pick. We got RLucky on the Nyx and Mike on the Anarchy. How are you feeling about this one?
This is I don't know. This is going to be an interesting one. Mike he's a big fan of the Anarchy, but the Nyx, I think I rate the Nyx right on this map. It's such a versatile champ she is. She allows sort of the vertical movement, the double jump, simple things just simply that nail jump up towards rail gives you such an advantage. Like the Anarchy does have the speed, right? He can make that jump. And Mike, he's good move. He's got a play with great movement, so I think he will be able to take advantage of the benefits that Anarchy can offer. But yeah, it's a question of whether or not can Lucky get a lead, right? Because we've seen it before many times, where if the Nyx player can take the lead, it can be very hard to chase that down.
And we still have 3 more matches to get through today before the end. Plus, juice it up, final. So stick around if you are. Oh, I'm here. All right, sorry. Yeah, I was wondering why this was so cold. Anyway, I'm back. So we still have 3 more matches today to get through after this one, plus an upper bracket final, I think. So we will be we will be casting quite a few more games today. So the games should be on more frequently as well now. We've done all the technical issues, so stick around.
Don't say that.
And can I just say, guys, can you go and put this in all the Discords, put the stream in all the Discords that you're in, share it with your mates. Come on, get around Australian Quake. We want to raise the scene here and you know, show everyone the good show that we can put on. But
and we have the most exciting scene anyway. Let's be honest. Come on, we all know it.
Yeah, but you know, right now we got Ara Lucky versus Mike, 3rd map. 1 minute in, 0-all on Blood Covenant. Now, it's not unusual that this map will start slow.
100%. Yes, exactly. And I think if you're playing with a Nyx, the Nyx is definitely going to want to play this a bit slower. But yeah, you're going to have the contrast of that, right? The Anarchy might want to get in your face quick, and it's probably a good option to play against the Nyx because you can try to chase down your opponent. As soon as that goes on, that you know that's your chance to try and push him. We're going to see an engagement here. Both players pretty low, and the rockets from above not doing the work. But here we go. Machine gun does get a nice bit of damage, and another bit of rocket from above. And this is probably going to be enough to force Lucky back. Both players pretty evenly stacked. And it will be Lucky's Mega, but the inject from the Anarchy now, followed by the Heavy, means that Mike's going to have a much better stack to play with. But on the bridge from the high ground, the rockets raining down from below, only getting very little chip damage. I think Mike's right now basically just trying to prevent Lucky from going to get that rail. In the end, decides to leave here, but trying to double back and fake it. Lucky again going straight back over towards this Mega side of the map, in position to take it. Mike, again, still hanging by this side of the ramp with Rail. And we just saw an aggressive invis forced. And by doing that, Lucky was actually able to steal away the Heavy. Mike sort of outpositioned himself. Got no rockets. Does have the position here on Lucky, but maybe not the right weapon to use here. And wall jump up, getting across. Big rocket to begin with, the shotgun coming out. Good little bit of damage, and the vertical rail as well. Massive damage onto Lucky. Critically low here is railable. And dropping down into the pit. Oh, the missed rail. That would have been a crucial shot for Mike. And Lucky at this point. He's just trying to keep this control going that he's got. Unfortunately, a little bit too much of a delay between these items. Mike just putting enough pressure on to be able to come back and win that Heavy. So far, such an evenly matched game between these two, right? No one's wanting to make that first mistake, and beautiful tri-bolt coming out there from Lucky, potentially making Mike, you know, think twice about where he's going. A rail from both players. Mike is now railable, but so is Lucky. Mega will be up in a few seconds.
Yep, and we're seeing Mike's playstyle be reciprocated here by Lucky. You know, the slow and steady playstyle from Mike is very apparent, but we're seeing it also from Lucky in return. And I think both players really just trying to feel out the map, really trying to work out, you know, where the opportunities lie before making a play. But that could have been an opportunity. Oh, Mike, sorry, Lucky almost pinning down Mike, but Mike getting away only just without taking that final rocket. And Lucky now with a good position on this Mega will have time for a run to go do damage on the Heavy. And yeah, Mike can't go for this Heavy. Oh no, Mike's crazy. Yeah, and that's a nice rail there from Lucky. And I mean, that's a great follow-up rail as well. And there you go. And oh,
there you go.
Beautiful. He needed that bit of LG damage to get Mike low enough to get the rail kill. And yeah, Ara Lucky with the first conversion on this map. And if he keeps going this way, 1 frag might be all it needs to take out this match.
Yeah, we're already almost halfway through, and it's, yeah, let's see a 1-0. And only that, Lucky got that as a really clean kill, and he's got Mike in a really bad spot here, stuck on the bridge, no weapons whatsoever, and the rails raining across, not missing those easy shots. And he's even going to probably try and go for some more right here, because Mike's only got tri-bolt. Good amount of damage as Mike picks up the Mega, immediately all gone. Lucky's just going to charge straight out here towards this item, and he's actually still just charging, and Mike disrespecting Lucky, and interestingly, if Lucky actually respecting Mike's push, falls back, and Mike is still just plus 14 right now. And again, Lucky just wasn't even watching for it. It was not ready, but the invis force gets the rail too, as He fades away. Mike not ready for that position. Getting back over here. Getting the rail ammo. So Lucky can feel comfortable again taking these range duels. And immediately punishing Mike. Tribolt raining from. Lucky will survive a rail. He takes one. Not by much though, and great shot. Mike falls down. He gets that heavy, that light shard. Heavy will go towards Lucky though. Both items pretty evenly split right now.
Oh, he catches Mike on the way down. He hits an unreturned rail as well. This is not looking good for Mike right now. I'm feeling the pressure is starting to build against Mike, and maybe we should swap over to Mike's POV for a little bit, just to see, you know, where Mike's head is at. You know, is he going to be making an aggressive play soon, or is he just going to keep this slow and steady unforced errors in play? Because it feels like to me he's got to start taking some risks.
I like that he's leaving this Mega up here just for a little bit because, you know, he's playing the Anarchy. He's also got that inject. Puts a little bit of delay between these two items. Good rail, but unfortunately for him, he's now railable. And oh, that shot was so close to giving him a haircut.
Yeah, Aralaki's just keeping the pressure on with this damage. Like, Mike is just not able to really get a clean item. And he's also not dealing the returned damage or the unreturned damage needed to really create an opportunity for himself. And there you go, again, Aralaki getting the item, dealing unreturned damage, and Mike is in a really bad situation here. He's timed it perfectly though. He will get the Mega. He's going aggressive. He misses the rail that would have gotten him the kill that he needed. He's going for the rail. He swapped his weapon at the wrong time. He had his crosshair on him. He's not able to convert, but he does get it in the end with the LG. And oh, great spawn prediction there, but he doesn't convert the rail. That would have put Lucky firmly on the back foot. But Mike leaving the heavy up right now. He's leaving the heavy up. This is, I guess maybe he doesn't know the timing on the heavy or something, but that will give Lucky the heavy. Mike, very smart play, denying that rail. He knows exactly where Lucky wanted to go, and Lucky will back off and end up getting the Mega Health. So nothing is happening as I'm trying to explain what's really going to happen. They're all just kind of going somewhere and almost doing something, and they're being like, whoa, 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 you know, so... Yeah, it's not quite playing out like the cards was saying, but...
Well, again, this is the important part of the game, right? We've got 3 minutes to go, 1 frag in it, and yeah, this is the match point, right? 1-1.
Yep.
The next, you know, if Lucky gets this next kill, that could be it, because you're trying to chase down a Nyx with Ghost Walk with 2 frag lead.
Yep.
On a big map like this, and beautiful first rail. Lucky's on next, no health. Will the Ghost Walk be forced? Yes, it will, but only by just. That shotgun must have been close to getting that kill. And Lucky's still hanging around even for the machine gun damage. Very, very risky. But
wow. Yeah, I think he's getting desperate now. He has very little health, and he I don't know if he timed that Mega Health very well, but to be honest, if Mike rocket jumped from the heavy armor to go and put pressure on that Mega Health, he probably would have killed him and gotten the Mega Health himself. So a little bit of a missed opportunity there, but Aralaki now with a little bit of health, he has an underside position and he is going to run off. Mike is going to leave up that heavy armor so he can take this rail fight, and he gets the frag and ties up the game.
And even got the spawn frag as well, and he gets that first rail, and he's... Oh, the second one, the Tribot may have knocked him back just a little bit too much, and is he going to be able to push in, try and get this out? He's not going to be able to contest with this heavy. This is throw away, and it will go towards Lucky, but Lucky is still not actually healthy. So if Mike catches him out here, that's the first rail. The inject getting forced. Probably going to want to try and take this aggressive fight and catches him out from beneath. First rocket does a good chunk of damage, but he's got to take this and gets a bit more, and he drops straight onto the LG, and no! Such a risky
25
play.
HP. I mean, if Mike hit the LG back, he would have gotten the frag,
100%.
but it's so hard to hit the LG when you're in that position. Neither the heavy's not spawning soon, but Mike will run off, and that will give Aralaki both this light and the heavy. And now Aralaki, with a minute to go, has a heavy to his name, is Nyx on Blood Run. It is hard to pin down a Nyx. Like, this might be looking really bad.
Especially after that rail. That makes it real difficult. Great machine gun though, huge chunk of damage. But Mike, without that railgun, just can't get that burst damage off, right? And if you can't get that just big chunk of damage off, especially now, right? Because you've got 30 seconds until Nyx gets the Ghost Walk back, but it does not even matter because just going up the bounce pad, the LG, cleaning up the kill, and that's it, right? Like,
yep, that might be it. Oh my god, this is a very risky play, and he's given Mike an opportunity.
Well,
he's given Mike an opportunity. Oh my goodness, wow, he must be really wanting this to be an entertaining match, because I don't know why he made that play. That was super risky. Maybe he got a sound cue mixed up or something, but Mike is going in. He's got 20 seconds to convert. He needs to tie up the game ASAP. He jumps over a rocket. Aralaki not hitting the defensive rockets he wants to. Mike needs to make a play though.
I'm just going to point everyone's attention to the clock. We've got 15 seconds left and there's a Ghost Walk. This should be impossible, right? There's no way that Mike should be able to get in here.
He's got to do it. He's got to get him. The coast work lasts for 5 seconds. Lucky really.
And
he's only got to hit a rail to convert. No, he doesn't know where he is, and that's going to be it. Oh my goodness. Lucky takes
what
this
a
one
nail
out.
biter.
2-1. Comes right down to the wire. Oh my goodness. Fuzzy. What a match.
What did we just witness, right? Like, that was every match, like, down to the nail. Like, one frag, there's one crucial point, right, could have won or lost either of those players, that map. And Lucky, just 2 wins in a row for him, right? Like, he started out slow, as you said before, but bouncing back and showing that he's really got it. And, you know, Mike, he did have the fundamentals, right? And he had everything playing really well for him, but just Lucky was just able to overcome it and just get those few upper hands, get those few extra shots here and there, and that was enough to help him take the lead.
All right, we're going to get an interview with Lucky in a second. Sit tight.
All right, we shall be back shortly. And we are back again. Congratulations back here for another interview. Another great victory.
Yeah, close one. Closer than I'd like. Closer than I probably expected to, but pulled it out in the end. That's what matters, I think. So.
Yeah. So how confident are you going into that matchup?
Honestly, the practice had, I guess, told me different. I don't know. The champ picks are a bit weird. I guess Nyx I'm nowhere near comfortable on. Not enough reps. So yeah, I didn't want to get to the last lap. My Woken, yeah, just not good enough. I don't know. Just seemed like I wasn't really keeping a mind of when the items were up and where I should be at what point in the map, and yeah, just didn't really have a tracker, and he did. So yeah, so the Awoken was one to forget about, but yeah, next map was, it was good, and last map, yeah, just tight, but yeah.
Yeah, right. When it comes to Mike, like, how do you usually go in practice versus him, or like the KDC splits or anything like that? Like, what's your record generally against Mike?
I think generally it's pretty good. In practice, I'd say it can be a bit back and forth, because I think with Mike's playstyle sometimes you can get unlucky and it can work, and he can like just push you and then you're not expecting it, and then one thing leads to another and you can really be out of the game, because he hits hard as well, so it can be hard to get back into the game as well. So but yeah, I was feeling confident because generally my record recently has been good, but yeah, he showed up, so.
So it looked like on Awoken, he was doing a really good job of denying the rail, and that was causing you a lot of problems. But on CK, you were leaving up items to go for the frag instead, and that was working out really well for you. Was that a conscious decision to try to change up your style a bit, to stop trying to play around, you know, trying to get all the weapons or whatever, and try to make more risky plays to try to capitalize?
Yeah, well, even in my game against Red, we were just kind of trading items, and I never found a way in, kind of, so I never really pushed my advantage. So I thought, you know, instead of just letting the game play out like that, and I don't think maybe he isn't ready for me to, you know, make these pushes, and I have something to fall back on. So, yeah, it worked out really well, and yeah, really happy with how that map went.
Okay, awesome. And on the last map there, it looked like it was slow and steady for a lot of the map.
Yeah.
How do you feel like, I think Mike got up 2 frags or 1 frag to start it, or was that lucky?
I think it was me, actually.
You got up
then
one,
he got
one or
2,
two
and
frag?
then...
Yeah, so how do you feel like the seesaw kind of went in that map? Do you feel like it was like a really slow progressing map, or do you feel like it was just neck and neck the whole way, and you were both kind of just dealing a lot of damage to each other? What do you think really won you that map?
I think the first like 3 or so minutes was us just trying to gather our resources and avoid each other. He had the rail spawn, so he had rail side, and I didn't have it, so I was trying to make my way over to rail. And then, yeah, for the next half of the game, it was really back and forth. I can't exactly remember how I got the first 2, but then I remember making a mistake for him to get that frag the second one as well. And then, yeah, it seemed like it was 2-2, or was it... I don't know. I just remember the LG in the air kill. It was a risk that I had to take, and it was scary because I was trying to bait him down, but he was also doing a lot of damage in return.
Yeah,
so,
he was.
It was a massive risk, but I'm glad I paid off. And then audio when he pushed me on heavy and killed me, I heard him. I thought I heard him above, so I was gonna drop, and then he was there. So and then just the last frag. I don't remember how I got it, but then the last minute was just stressful. So just had to pretty much bait around the pillar. I knew I had ghost walk, so as long as I baited long enough time until my ghost walk, it was all good.
Nice one. So who have you not played so far on day 1?
I haven't played Kama, Knight. I've got all the toughies, and Dan. Those are my last 2.
Top 3. So
I've got a rough end to the day.
How are you feeling coming into those ones? Then are you confident you can sort of take it to these guys? Do you reckon you can take any of these guys down?
Knight's playing really good. I played him in practice, and he's playing really good. So it's gonna, and he beat Dan as well. So he's gonna be really strong. Obviously, I took a map off Dan in last split, so obviously the back of my head, I'm like, I can beat him maybe. So of course that map's on the map pool, but still, I think I can do it. But I really have to be on top of my game, and I can't make that many mistakes as I've been making in these few games. So.
Well, I mean, it seems like a lot of players are beating each other so far. You know, you're beating Mike, you're beating Lua.
Yep.
Lua is beating Redoxide. Redoxide's beating you.
Yep.
You know, it's like everyone's kind of beating each other right now.
Yep.
Who beat Dander King just before?
So Knight before.
Knight beat Dander King, you know, and so it seems like it's quite close at the moment. Do you think that's because of LAN? Or do you think that's because of nerves? Or do you just think, like, maybe the scene is just getting better, it's getting closer? What do you think is the difference there?
I think it could be a mixture of everything. I think for me, the nerves got to me against Red, and I wasn't able to clutch out the last map, so that's what that cost me. And then, and then obviously LAN, everyone's hitting harder. So I generally think everyone's getting better. Knight is now more consistently taking it to Dan and stuff like that. So so I think Div 1 is all very close for this LAN. So it's good to see, and there's been some great matches so far. So
So one question I just want to ask is, so coming into this on LAN, right? So it's quite a different experience than playing online.
Yeah.
So have you adjusted your game at all, or tried to change things around specifically for this sort of environment? You know, playing on stage, playing on LAN. You know, it's complete. As you said, you know, when we talked to you earlier, it's a completely different experience, right, from playing in your bedroom at home online. Yeah. So have you tried to change anything around to counter for that, or to sort of prepare for it?
I mean, I think LAN kind of helps me because I already hit hard, so I'll just be hitting harder. So I just didn't want to overcomplicate things. Yeah. Just try and bring how I play, not overthink it. I think it's very easy to overthink how you're playing, and just play how you usually play. And I mean, that's been showing that it's been good enough. So
You've been doing show. Yeah, you had some great shows the last 2 matches now. So.
Yep. All right. Well, congratulations.
Thank
I
you.
think now you're off stage, and we're moving on to another matchup. For everyone on the stream, Salty is just playing his final map of his set, and then he will be center stage versus Mike next. So we'll probably have a 15 or 20 minute break, and then we'll be back for the next match. So sit tight, we'll put up a countdown timer, as Fuzzy loves to do, and good luck with your next match.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations, we'll see you. Might see you again soon.
Hopefully, yeah.
And welcome back, everybody. We are ready for our next matchup now. You might see on my left here, guest caster you may not have seen for a while, Phylum. How you doing?
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you so
Good
much
to
for
see you
having
again.
me. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you for coming along.
Thank you for inviting me up. You know, I was hiding in the back of the stands.
Yeah, no, you're not hiding from us. You're getting up here if you're coming along with the event. So yeah, what are you? How are you feeling? Like excited to be here, right?
I'm feeling amazing.
It's a pretty hype atmosphere here, isn't it? Yeah.
This event's incredible. The setup's amazing. I'm so devastated that I couldn't come and play, but like great to be here. Great to be seeing everyone. Great to see so many friendly people playing great games.
Yeah, 100%.
Everyone I'm standing behind, even in the lower divs, the standard is so high, and the games on stage have been amazing. So yeah, really awesome event so far.
Yeah, look, we're in we've got exceptional Div 1 games so far, and as you say, everyone else in these lower divs have been playing fantastically. Look who it is. It's Rob in chat. How you doing, mate? Good to see you again. Thanks for tuning in. For anyone who doesn't know, Rob's the one who's runs the Shaftastic stream. He does a fantastic job broadcasting Quake pretty much worldwide. So yeah. If you haven't given Shaftastic a follow on Twitch, please do. But yeah, so Phylum, next LAN, you're going to be here. Yeah, you're going to be playing.
I'm in Div 1.
Div 1?
Easy.
Div 1?
Lock it in. Yeah.
Someone clip that, please. Yeah, Div 1, you've heard it here. So, yeah, you're going to come join me for a cast. We're going to watch Salty versus Mike.
Yep.
What do you think?
So it's going to be exciting.
You obviously know Mike probably pretty well.
Yep.
Salty, maybe not so much. He's
not so well. He's a newer guy. He was at the last LAN, right? And I think, if memory serves, I think he won Div 3, or at the very least he was in the Div 3 Grand Final. I watched some of it over his shoulder. And, you know, he's just this explosive player. Like, every time I come back into Quake, he's, like, leveled up again and again and again. And I'm excited to see what he can do today. We just saw Mike on the big stage. He's looking rock solid. He's looking like he's got, like, good control of his emotions. Obviously, the game got away from him.
Yeah, that's the Mike specialty, right? Like, I don't know if I've ever actually seen Mike, like, properly rage in a match.
Literally.
Like, yeah, he might get frustrated, but there's never, you know, like, the desk slam or, you know, the outburst of, you know, something like that. He's a very calm, collected player who, even if things aren't going his way, will still be thinking straight and will be thinking clearly and making the right decisions.
Absolutely. And I think you pit that against the youthful, powerful energy of Salty.
Yeah.
It's gonna be explosive.
I was going to say, I think this is right. We've got kind of like two opposites, right? Salty's, I feel like, quite an emotional player who really gets into it, you know. And if he starts getting away with matches, like, he can just, like, really pressure you and just push straight into you. And it can be, like, overwhelming sometimes, right? But he can also play that very, you know, sort of like defensive. Like, he likes to maybe set the trap here and there and wait for someone to push into him. And so, you know, it can be a bit of a, you know, mix and match of what you might get. So it can be hard to judge necessarily of what sort of Salty you're going to get.
That's it. And yeah, when you have a matchup like this, the picks and bans are going to be important. The maps are going to be important. What have we got?
So let's have a look. All right, so starting out, look, for your cast, the most classic matchup you can possibly get. Ranger, Strog, Awoken.
Ease me back in.
Yeah, exactly right. You already know.
I told the guys to pick that. They, you know,
you just wanted you wanted an easy one. Fair enough, makes sense. Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, well, how do you? Yeah, well, we don't really need to talk too much about it. But what do you think? How do you?
Look, I think both of the players are happy for it, right?
Yeah. So Mike on the Ranger again, and we see Salty. So we saw the same matchup previous with Mike versus Lucky.
Went pretty well for Mike.
Exactly right. And so I think Mike's going to be pretty confident jumping in on this Ranger. It's a champ that, you know, he's shown played really well with, and I think the Ranger is definitely a champ who plays great against Strog. Strog, I think a lot of people would argue maybe one of, if not the best, but, you know, top two, right? It's pretty much sort of between Ranger and Strog, of like the top champions in the game. And I'd say I personally would probably give it to Ranger. I know some would give it to Strog. And I think in this matchup specifically, I think Ranger definitely does take it, right? That the ability to push in on that Strog, you know, you pull out the peeker and then just bam, all bottom. So
yeah. They both have great mobility options, right? And we saw Mike getting the most out of them there.
Yeah, exactly. Then moving on to CK again, it's a similar match that we've seen just before. The Gleaner for Mike and the Eisen for Salty.
Yeah, again, like you were saying before, right? Lots of stuff on the map. Again, pretty standard champions, pretty safe. It's going to come down to that execution. Yeah,
because you wouldn't have been around. Yeah, because obviously we've just had the update now with the buffed Gleaner. So
yeah, okay. This is news to me.
I
know nothing.
Okay, so basically you just got heal a little bit more, deal a little bit more damage with totems. Like it's 50 damage per totem now per hit.
Okay.
So it's like, you know, it's half a rail if you hit. You chuck that through a TP, right?
Yeah.
50 damage for free when they're trying to go for LG.
So we're back to the Galena hand grenade days.
Kind of, yeah. And the thing is, that's what I think is kind of interesting, right? Because it's only just come out this patch, right? It's only been out for a few days. Yeah. So no one's really quite sure what's going to be good and what's not. It's like, you know, Death Knight got some changes. I haven't really seen any Death Knight yet, but maybe someone will bring out some Death. I think I think Lua had Death Knight picked on one map. Don't think it ended up getting to that map. So, but that's so far all I've seen.
Yep.
And then third map, if we need it, again, I think same thing again. We can see the strong champs, right? Like it's a very sort of common matchup we're seeing here. Yeah, Bloodcov, Anarchy, and Nyx. So.
Look, these guys, it feels like they want to make safe picks, right? They have really different styles. They want to make sure that they can play their best game against each other. You don't want to do something wild. You don't want to take a huge risk, right? If Mike can play really solid, he should be able to overcome the powerful explosiveness of Salty. And if Salty plays really explosive, he's going to overcome the maybe more composed elements of Mike. Yeah, it feels like this is a smart decision from everyone. Feels like it's the right kind of way to approach it. How do you feel about this matchup?
Yeah, it's hard because I think it can definitely depend on the how they're going to go about playing it, right? Like, I think, especially just on the last map specifically, I think I do rate the Nyx on this map. Just that maneuverability you get and just the survivability, right? That's the key thing with the Nyx is all you need is that one frag lead, and we've seen countless times before where one frag has done it, and that's all you've needed because you get that little bit ahead, and then you can just run, you can hide, and it can be so difficult to track you down. Get up a few time bombs, bam, you've got that India's back ready to go.
I mean, we're here, it's Kuachi Cups. You know, if you dial your brain back to 2017, that was Kuachi, the king of the one frag Nyx victory.
Exactly right. I've played him many times before in Div 2 there, and oh yeah, I have memories.
We've all felt it.
We have all felt it, exactly. If you've played it, you know what we're talking about here. So. But it looks like we're ready to load into this, so they are definitely not on the right map, so...
That's interesting. Do we have the right picks and bans?
I certainly hope so.
Is that not the RR Lucky pick and ban? Have we been talking about the wrong pick and ban? I think that says RR Lucky.
I definitely picked Salty, but maybe you're not. You know what?
Yeah. So it looks like we're loading...
Yeah, you know what? You are correct. Yeah. So everything we've just said means maybe nothing.
It sounded really familiar, you know? It's like, wow.
Let's update
We've been here before. Okay, so we're going into Corrupted Keep. What did we have? We had Anarchy and we had Ranger, right?
Hey, there we go. Look at that. So, yeah, we're starting ZK. Ranger v
BJ.
So about as common as the first. There's nothing really changed, right? It's
nothing too crazy. We're still going to get to see this Ranger. Everything we said about Ranger still applies.
Exactly right.
BJ, of course, you know, from day one that BJ and CK have been in the game. BJ, Corrupted Keep, they go together.
Immediately become a staple of this map.
Yep. All right, who do we want to take it off on?
So let's start here with Mike. Let's see what Mike's got for us.
Round begins in.
All right, he's got the BJ. And honestly, 50-50 here, right? Like, this could go either way. Right? Definitely a map that can be a bit of a sort of snowball effect. An immediate dual wield pop right from Mike. Doesn't want any pressure here. But an interesting start from Salty, not going in for the usual sort of route through rockets there.
Yep, he's going to hold on to this orb, right? You know, the ability down for the BJ, the orb stop for the Ranger. We're just going to have the peaks across the map. How much damage can Mike make happen here? And, you know, I think we might even see a bit of a potential commitment in towards this Mega. Mike just playing strong, going to hold him back. And I actually think this is pretty much perfect for Mike here. There goes the orb. And now how much damage can Mike make on the exit? Pretty much nothing.
And the thing is though, right, taking the orb out of there, that's such a big factor. Like, you've just taken no damage, and you've got that ability out, and that's a crucial ability here, especially after hitting that damage there. This might be a chance for now Mike. Try and push in here, just listening out for the sound cue, playing quiet, hearing underneath, and the rocket barely missing. And the defensive LG from Salty enough to force Mike back. He doesn't want to risk taking in that fight.
Now, when we look at the abilities, right, and how that started out, this dual wield is going to be back, and it's going to be back at a pretty good time. Not quite enough to get there for this Mega, and actually, Salty held on to that really, really beautifully. This dual wield is going to be the only thing holding Salty back from this heavy, right?
And the dual wield, yeah, it's such a... You never want to get yourself caught in, like, these open rooms. Like, if you get stuck open in that background, look at that.
Like that, the bounce forward.
Exactly what we were
Beautiful.
Exactly as we were saying, right? You don't want to find yourself in a situation where you get caught in the open with the dual wield and then immediately clean up the spawn frag there as well from Mike. So, very quickly, right? First minute and a bit, we've seen nothing, and then within 10 seconds, 2 frags there. Going in the ways for Mike.
And yeah, Mike just standing in all the right places, looking for all the right kind of sound cues, all the right opportunities to push in. I like that he's keeping his distance a little bit. He isn't getting super committed to this heavy armor. He's making sure he has this lightning gun to play around. He's making sure he has these time vials so that his ability is going to be back.
And the other thing too is you don't want to get too close with the Ranger, right? Especially you get the they get the heavy spawn. That shotgun with an orb, very, very risky. And again, see, he's even just falling back here. He doesn't want to take that close range engagement, or potentially already, you know, that orb could do huge damage. Jewel even comes out here, big damage, but and there you go. There's the orb and the shotgun, exactly as we were just saying again. Orb, shotgun, huge amount of damage there from that. And now Salty bringing this back, 1 frag game again. But Mike, he's just playing this aggressive. He just wants to get in here, try and get some damage on this heavy pickup. Salty with the high ground. Rockets not getting anything, but good read, but Mike straight for it. Look how smart some of these players are. Great LG though, and Mike with the self-damage as well, and then Salty's pushing in. He's even going to go for the spawn frag here. He should have enough LG to maybe try and get this, but Mike, too quick. Salty not able to get, doesn't want to push in once Mike gets that high ground.
The patience here from Salty is really paying off. I like that he's waiting. I like that he's looking for these things. This is a much more mature Salty than I saw last time I played him.
Yeah, Salty's one of those players. I think he's you know, sort of like evolved his gameplay right into such a level where, you know, as we said earlier, you know, when you sort of were playing Div 3, sort of Div 2, right, and all of a sudden he's just come out of nowhere and played so fantastically and managed to get all the way up to Div 1. We said Jewel coming out from Mike, and Salty again playing this smart, right? Doesn't want to have anything to do with it. Stays back, waits till it's gone. Yes, Mike does get that mega. But Salty is now trapped in this top position. The question is Mike going to be able to punish this in any way?
Yeah, and Salty, you know, like waiting for that sound cue, trying as hard as he can to hold on to that orb. Waits about as long as he could, now in position to contest over at this heavy armor. You know, actually timed that perfectly. He's going to get away with this armor, and Mike is going to be really, really disappointed to let that go so easily. More pressure onto this side armor as well, potentially. Salty's going to get all the information for these sound cues. And it feels like Salty is probably going to be in the driving seat off the exit of this Mega.
And I wonder if we're going to see maybe different, like, because that's twice now we've seen Mike just hold Salty in that LG position and then just sort of like effectively wait there for him just orb out. It's like maybe he's going to start changing, maybe play a little bit more aggressive or just like be like, all right, you know what, fair play. Get you out. But he's also getting rid of that orb, right? So it's not necessarily lost, but he's got to be careful not to lose out on these major items with the machine gun coming out from Mike. Nothing in return for Salty, and Mike's going to use that opportunity to push in the dual-wield LG. Salty not in a great shape, but the defensive rocket's fantastic. Mike not able to push in Salty. He's even going for the aggressive play here. And Mike's got a bounce pattern. No. You can't do that. No, right in front of your opponent. And Salty, 3-2, taking the lead.
Yeah, Salty. You know, it didn't feel like the frag was really in the air for Mike, but maybe just you know, capitulate to this pressure a little. Off of this heavy, again, you know, you have this kind of shotgun pressure that you're going to have to deal with. Salty trying to make this punish count for as much as he can, and he's going to catch Mike in this position again. A little trade with a tri-bolt, nothing too crazy. Salty in position, but not a lot of health to play with, and just trying to make as much damage as he can onto the pickup of this Mega. Strong exit here for Mike.
Beautiful push in there though from Salty, right? Catches Mike out with a beautiful swap to the rockets, and the orb combo kill there. Absolutely fantastic from Salty. Mike just getting absolutely bullied, and that's the thing, he didn't have the weapons in that situation to fight, had no rocket, and he just got obliterated.
I like the try with the tri-bolt. I'm never going to complain about the try with the tri-bolt.
Tri-bolt, great weapon. You know, you gotta love it. And I love hearing the band. You know, you can tell when someone's got a. You can't blame that on ping though.
Yeah. Do we have a room, Mike? We should have a room.
Yeah. And there's a fight coming here from the low ground end, or trying to push up the bounce pad, and yeah, Mike Salty got Mike that same way just before, and immediately returned.
Gives him a taste of his own medicine.
Exactly. And we bring this back, 1 frag game now. Halfway through. So still plenty of time in this map, right? Anything can happen in you know, 1 minute you can see 3 frags easily.
Mike drops down for this Mega really, really early.
And I'll say we get some deja vu right now.
Yeah, literally.
Same thing, 3 times we see Salty get stuck behind the LG, Mike on the low ground waiting, and all of a sudden the orbs are used to get out of there. So again, it is not, you know, it's not, I wouldn't say it's a loss here for Mike, right? Like Salty doesn't have the orb right for this next engagement, so Mike knows that he can sort of push in a little bit closer, and there's no risk of that ability being there. Going to push in aggressive here, but Salty just a little bit too quick, but beautiful direct rocket, and immediately takes away all of that heavy armor.
I've been really impressed with Mike's rocket placement. He's just landing really, really huge connections when they count. Lots of these heavy armors going away, and the dual wield's going to be faded out. Mike is in looking for this damage.
And there you go, you're just saying about the rockets, and look at the huge amount, it was 160, I think, damage, 140 damage, and Salty is sent packing, nothing left. What, 30 HP, and Mike's going to, yep, machine gun. And beautiful rocket jump out. That's the one advantage they got there. That's the Ranger, right? If he was any other champion, I think he's dead there from the self-damage.
Mike is so hungry. Oh.
Exactly. He's got the perfect situation, right? He's got the stacks to play with. He's got the weapons. He doesn't have any rockets, though, so he's got to be a little bit careful. He gets caught in engagement. And then he might hear that click of death if he's not careful. Oh, and leaving that Mega up. Salty is just so quick. He's just like, thank you very much. Mike comes flying through, and Mike is just in there scratching his head like, what on earth did you just do?
And these no rockets are actually going to become critical suddenly.
And again, dual wield force again. And see, Mike is one of these places, like, I like that he does pop these abilities. You know, you see a lot of times you might have a B2 who'll just hold this ability for forever, right? And it's like, you wait for the perfect opportunity. He just throws it out there, and it gives him the space as well.
Oh, this is a huge entrance.
Wow, the LG damage, the orb comes out, and that was enormous damage coming out from Mike. I think he didn't miss a single cell. Salty was not ready for that. The orb did nothing.
He can tell Salty's trying to slow this down, and Mike just knows he's got to close these gaps. You know, we're coming into 2 minutes to go. He doesn't want to be playing from behind. He doesn't want to be chasing down against the Ranger with that orb across the map against the clock.
But now that he's tied it up, he can now slow it down if he wants to, right? He's the one in control of this map. He's got the heavy behind. But mind you, he's in a spot. He's got to be a little bit careful here, because the heavy armor is up. But Mega's about to spawn now, and it has. So it's pretty going to be hard for Mike to get both these items. He has got the Mega, and that bit of damage might be enough, but not quite quick enough. But Salty very low. Love that rocket jump. Perfect rocket jump. Salty trying to get out, and he is still alive, and the orb comes out. Beautiful shotgun, and Mike. He does take a lot of damage in that fight, but he's in the lead with a minute and a half to go. So
he's in the lead, and he knows there's no shotgun respawn, but
LG
the LG respawn just as dangerous.
100, you know, LAN LG, we've seen it already. It does a huge amount of damage, and you know, you've got 100 stack, right? It melts you quick. No armor.
I feel like Mike is starting to clue into the spots that Salty wants to stand to gain sound information. Right? Some of these sounds around. Oh, wow! I spoke.
Yeah,
I didn't see that coming.
Cast a curse.
Yeah, yeah.
But a really good kill there from Salty again to take the lead. Right now, we've got a minute to go. And it's amazing how quickly the tides have turned in this match. Like, it looked like Mike had just had control for sort of the last 3 minutes, and Salty was sort of just on the back foot, constantly using Orb as just an escape tool. I think we've seen about 5 on a beautiful initial rocket there from Mike. And Salty just falling back, right? He takes a bad engagement, is like, you know what?
Yeah.
It's all yours.
But this is where it gets dangerous, because this is where Mike's been catching him out. Right in this spot here, and Mike is pressing. Mike has to press. The clock quickly working against him. The orb doesn't quite achieve what he needs it to. Mike gets the frag, fairly low HP. And where is this spawn for Salty?
Question is he going to get caught out here? And the right read, but Salty not going out there. Does not want to. Does not have the weaponry to fight yet. And Mike, this should be his Mega, but very wary about Salty from above, which he should be. There is Salty taking the fight, and they've actually done pretty well, surprisingly, even though Mike got Mega. Stacks have actually come out in favor, and the duel gets forced here, just trying to, I think, scare Salty off, right? Mike's not really on a stack he's really happy to take a fight on, and probably not going to be ready for Salty on the high ground and falls back.
Yeah, both players hungry to actually prove they have an advantage, right? No one wants the game to end right there. No one wants to gamble.
Exactly, yeah. When you've got overtime coming up, you know, Mike, and the thing is, Mike had the disadvantage there. He had less a stack. He didn't want to risk it on a potential chance of winning that fight. And Orb is going to be in play soon, so that will be a factor.
Now Mike's got to be careful. Oh, he gets the... Oh, that's so clever, right? He leaves the Mega up, he goes for the catch instead to try and play onto heavy. He's going to have the problem now that he's probably going to have to choose one item or the other, especially with this Orb giving Salty all the mobility.
Oh, and Salty pushes straight in. The LG so good running, and the Orb's up top! There's no way Mike gets out here. He's just backpedaling into those two, and the shotgun's not enough!
Incredible.
Wow, Salty managing to take that in the last moments.
Where did Mike's stack go?
That was,
it just evaporated.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like 100 HP gone in an instant, and then you're dead.
And I think I saw on this last moment there, Mike on the cam, he was
yeah,
not overly impressed with that final kill there. I think it was not the way he expected that final frame to go down. You see, that's the thing, right? You get caught out, and he thought he was safe, right? Because Salty fell as he did that last little bit of damage. Like, all right, cool, I'm good to get out of here. But then the Orb immediately from Salty, immediate play, didn't think twice, just bam, straight up top. I've got the advantage. I'm going to take this. This is the winning play.
Yep.
And he takes it, and he just... The LG was there, and the Rockets were there to clean that up.
And it's something from with Salty, like right from the start, even when you played him when he was Div 3, right? Yeah. He'd never hesitate on a frag. Yes, if he'd won 100%. A frag, he would get that frag.
Yes, exactly. He'd try and push into it, he'd get it. And that's, I think, you know, he's just managed to sort of keep that going now. He's been able to show that he can do that against these top-level players.
Yeah. Just hit harder, make smarter decisions, and then still, really, really amazing cleanups when they count. Where are we going next? What are our picks and bans?
So now, yeah, what do you mean? We've talked about that.
Visor and Pika.
Yeah, Visor and Strog on Awoken. So Mike is the one with the Visor versus the Strog here of. So a little bit different from what we previously talked about with the Strog matchup.
I would even say very different, right?
Yeah, it's...
This mobility is going to be a really big factor, right? We're trading off how many rails can Mike hit against how fast can Salty move.
Exactly right, yeah. And so Mike's obviously going to have that advantage, have that little bit extra intel. But the thing is, you know, the Strog's going to be moving pretty quick around the map anyway, so you're probably going to be hearing him or, you know, and it's a small map. But mind you, look, you can never... I've always been a fan, I've said it many times. No matter how small the map is, right? Wall hacks is wall hacks. You can't go wrong with a wall hack, can you?
Absolutely. Yeah, you do tend to hear the Strog a lot though, right? You're absolutely correct. It is a louder character. But yeah, if you can just get, you know, even 2 or 3 rails over the course of a game, 2 or 3 little reads where you get a little bit more damage or a slightly cleaner entrance, it easily starts to add up.
Yep.
But yeah, the mobility is really potentially going to be the deciding thing here.
All right. Well, let's start here on Mike again because he's behind right now, right? He's got to take this the best of 3s. So, and he immediately gets this heavy spot and sight immediately popped. Just wants that intel, know exactly what Salty's doing. And I think it will actually work quite well because Salty does like to make some of these trap plays sometimes as well. Might play a little bit quieter. So potentially, you know, the Visor is just a way to just give him that little bit of, you know, not allow Salty to get that surprise frag on him that Salty might like try to do. Because especially at Awoken, right, you've got a lot of these tight little angles, tight little corridors, which plays really well to that sort of style. And immediately we see him also going straight for the wilds. Set back up and Salty trying to push in and get some damage off, and Rocket jumping out as well, getting away. And
I mean, such a critical time for Mike to hit a really good direct rocket. I'm just impressed by his rockets. Salty straight away, you know, coming off the back of a pretty nasty direct with some crisp rails. And if that's how the rails are going to be going, this is going to be a really tough game for Mike.
100%, he's going to have to be using the site, getting some rails back himself, and sight again immediately popped.
I think this is probably what we're going to see, right? We're not going to see him sitting on it for too long. There's always going to be opportunities to just get small advantages if you're picking up those bios. Now this is a huge commitment from Salty. Again, Mike's rockets.
Oh my god, the rockets were huge in that fight, but just not quite enough there. And actually Salty's come out pretty well stacked in a nice spot for this shotgun. Big damage, but nah, Mega's there.
Yeah, and even with the damage he hit, you know, that vial to pick up off of the frag. And that's the other thing we didn't really mention, right? The free little health bubble that comes with every kill you get, especially on this map where you can easily reframe things into follow-up frags. This is looking really confident for Salty already. You know, I don't like to call things early.
We're going to do a death book, are we, and say game's over a minute and a half in?
No, there's still lots of life in Mike. There's still lots of life in Mike.
Yeah, no, Mike's one of those players, he will not give up until, you know, until the clock hits 10. Even if the score's 19-0, he will still be playing to win.
Do we want to swap onto Mike and see how he's going to approach this, right?
Yeah.
Like, you've lost everything against one of the best characters in the game on Strog's map. Like, what do you do?
And right now with the stack disadvantage, I like this play a little more. I was going to say defensively, but nice rocket, but he just can't take any of these rounds. Another one too. It's just Mike's still hitting all these fantastic defensive rockets. I think that's what's keeping him in this, right? I think if he hadn't been hitting that damage, Salty would have pushed him at this point, claimed a 3rd frag. But enough damage just to sort of keep his opponent thinking, all right, maybe not, we'll wait for a better opportunity.
I mean, look, we're a rail and a half apart in stack, right?
Yeah.
That wouldn't be the case if Mike hadn't have been doing this damage. But there's so much pressure on Mike right now, he's not really in a situation where he can be capitalizing on the closeness of the stack. So full control does go over to Salty. Mike trying to get into position here. I like how confidently he swings around that corner. And these rockets are huge. This is his time to stand.
Playing the angles perfectly right. Knows Salty's just going to try and push in there after getting that first bit of damage. And it's like that corridor in particular, right? We've seen so many, it's so hard to push through. If you've got an opponent waiting there with rockets, it's almost impossible. And Mike coming around to LG, getting that armor shard. Sight used one more time, and beautiful rail.
3 rails.
Yep, exactly. And you know, stacks, look at them right now. Mike in the advantage. But beautiful rail from Salty. Mike's the one going for the jump peak and gets punished for it.
Yeah. And Mike comes in loud here as well, gives away all his information. He's going to commit to more of these really strong rockets, and you know, it's honestly working pretty well for him. The small armor here is going to come up before this heavy, right? Just not with quite enough time to make anything too crazy happen, but Mike definitely having a presence here, looking for these angles, both players wanting to hit something before this heavy. And Mike with the catch.
Yeah, Mike's been so quick to get into this position here, and oh, beautiful Pika though. Knows that Mike's just spamming these rockets, a great time to pull it out. You gets a decent chunk of damage, but still, Mike's just got that position, and it's just so hard to push through. So Salty will give it up. Try bomb spam in the middle here. Salty's still just pushing through, just a little bit of chip damage, not getting much. But the thing is, Mike doesn't have any rockets and very few rails, so he's actually got to be a little bit careful how he's going to take this. We'll finally be able to restock on those rockets.
Beautiful little moment of patience here for Mike. Unfortunately, doesn't pay off into much. He isn't going to be able to jump across too easily, but that's, again, a disgusting rocket to hit from above. Mike opening things up for himself here, picking up this Mega, backing away into hopefully a stronger position. Again, there's not going to be quite enough time between this small armor and the Heavy to make anything happen. And it's a shame for Mike, because it feels like you know, maybe there was something else he could have done there. Actually putting Salty on the back foot. Salty doesn't want to be at this Heavy. Mike's going to get out of here for free. Another missed rail. And now, is Mike going to commit to this Mega?
Well, after that tri-ball, I think, yeah, he might want to, because he's done about 80 damage from there. And the stacks were even, well, until that tri-ball came through. And for probably one of the first times, I think Mike is definitely, you know, controlling this match. Wow, the speed there. I don't think he was ready for Salty to fly down like that. And again, damage coming out from Salty. The rail, fantastic. And neither of these, basically the player out of control here is just doing such a fantastic job of just constantly keeping the pressure on. So no matter who's trying to get these major items, they're just taking damage. And the rocket jump doesn't go up top. But potentially for a good thing, you know, Mike was waiting and ready.
It was a fake out. It was a fake out. He's trying to make Mike feel confident. It's really interesting, right? Mike plays, you know, everything goes basically perfectly for him for a minute, but then that speed comes into play. Mike, yeah, just having to play the bottom of the map here, has lost position onto this Mega, is going to lose out on this Heavy as well as a result of that, surely.
Pushing straight through, and, you know, there's a shotgun.
Calm and collected.
Yeah. So all that work. In the end, another Salty. Playing on the third and for the LG, and yeah, Mike misses the rail, and wow. The LG's there, and just the shot's just not connecting.
Yep. And again, you know, if you hit that rail, then sure, maybe you have like a respawn, you know, a refrag opportunity, but now it's just going to be a bloodbath. Again, Mike's going to get bullied off of this spawn as well. Salty with everything.
And with 4 minutes to go, it's starting to look, you know, really scary for Mike, right? He's got to start, because the thing is, every fight, Salty's getting so much damage off. He's even going to keep pushing in here, and that's probably going to be another kill. The rockets were pretty good from Mike, but perfect timing, right? Salty knows exactly when the item is, straight onto that Heavy, and then immediately coming back over towards this Mega and catches Mike out, so knows Mike doesn't have timing on these.
Yeah, you know, all the damage in the world's worth nothing if you're backing onto an armor and a Mega after every fight.
Salty, if he wants, he can now just start sort of slowing down again, playing a quieter game. Doesn't have to, and we might see that, right? Like, just hanging around at this item. Probably just, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing Salty maybe just sort of rotate between these items, right? Like, yeah, you get the nice rail there. Don't need to push in. Yeah, just don't risk losing your stack, right? You know, if Mike catches you out, that could be the start of, you know, the snowball effect that Mike needs. He can come it out. Oh, let's get a little bit.
That's actually really dicey. If Salty picks this up, that's look, you can't come back from the like mental loss of that fight, right? He got the rocket, he got the LG on the bounce pad, and he still lost the fight.
But that's the thing, he timed it so perfectly so that Mega was waiting there ready. So even if he did go up, there's pretty much no way you can sort of LG them without pushing them onto Mega.
Yeah, exactly.
And he knew that, so that's why he sort of, I think, took that gamble, knowing that he had the stack advantage plus that Mega health. So it was effectively like a 400 stack fight versus like a 150.
Yeah.
And cleaned up. Beautiful rails, though, from Mike, one after another, and we'll finally win him an item. But Heavies doesn't do much if you don't have any health to back it up with.
And yeah, I mean, Salty's in prime position to deny all of this health. Just these little LG tickles, keeps him railable, keeps the frags coming. Man, what else can you say? There's still time.
There's 2 minutes. If Mike gets the almighty of a comeback here, I'll buy him a drink, all right, Mike? If you can hear me, we'll buy you a drink, all right? So just, but I don't think this is salvageable here. Not with the way Salt's playing. And look at that, gets the damage. Oh, interesting peeker there, but doesn't cost him anything. So
yeah.
And look at that, perfect timing through. Mike was not ready for him to come through the teleport there, destroying as well, giving that little extra stack in. 9-0. This is not how I would have seen this map going, right? Like
no, especially not with the visor, right?
Yeah.
Like, I would have thought, yeah, we would have seen lots more opportunities. But again, even when things went right for Mike, it felt like there was like a speedy little salty trick that caught him off guard.
I think the problem is, like, so yeah, the Visor sight is good.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the speed of the Strog and getting in front of you, you've got nothing to deal with it.
Yep.
It's not a defense, you know, it can be used defensive, but like not the same way, you know, if you had like an orb, right? You can just sort of throw the orb, or a turret even, you can throw it down just give yourself that restructure your opponent a little bit.
You can see it's coming, but you can't stop it.
Exactly right, you know. And that's just unfortunate, I think, the situation. Pika comes out, there we go, we do get a Pika kill in the end.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, this is just a victory lap for Salty at this point. The LG is looking so strong. Man, I'm impressed. I'm really impressed with Salty.
Yeah, so is this the sort of like what you expected to see, like coming into this, you know, from what you'd seen from Salty, you know, prior?
I mean, look, from what I'd seen in Salty in the last maybe year and a half, I'm not surprised to see him like playing at this level.
Yeah.
Like, I could see the curve, you know, but it's still just so impressive to see the growth. But also great play from Mike. Like, Mike's rocket placement has been really scary. You know, like, even though this scoreline's gotten big, Mike hasn't been a pushover.
I was actually just thinking, yeah, it's like, it does look very, very one-sided, but this isn't, like, at no point has it really just been, like, one of those sort of, like, landslide maps. It's like, yeah, Salty's been, like, just coming on top pretty much in every single fight by a little bit, but it's not because, you know, Salty is necessarily just exclusively outplayed Mike. Mike still played this well, but,
yeah.
Salty just played better, right? Like,
and the moments that Mike played well didn't materialize into frags, which makes it hard to win. Oh, look at that OG damage. That actually tells a story.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, 2,000 coming out there from Salty.
Yeah. Man.
All right, well, we quickly go and grab Salty. Let's do a quick interview. So we'll be back in just a couple of moments, so don't go anywhere. And we'll see how he's feeling after that match. All right, and we are here with Salty. Congratulations on the victory, my friend. That was a well-fought battle. That Awoken in particular, that was not how we sort of expected. You know, you were playing well in the first map, but that was just such a strong showing. How'd you feel, you know, going from the first map and then coming into the second against Mike? You know, he's a strong opponent. So.
Yeah, Mike. Usually in practice we have close games, but like he does a bit different in tournament. So I don't know what he does different, but he just does. Like on the first map, like I got a bit tilted, so I think that's why I was so close. But I mean, he was also playing good. And then the second map, it was, I don't know, I'm pretty comfortable in working. I don't normally play Strog, but I do play him, but not on purpose. Like I just only play him if the other person's going to play him, because I don't know how to play. I don't know how to use ability properly. So I've been I tried to like do it. I think I'd use ability a good few times there, but for the most part, I don't know how to use it.
So it's more of a counter play, so just trying to avoid, because obviously, yeah, we know Strog's one of the top champions probably in the game, so you just sort of get it away from your opponent who, you know, is going to be strong on that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, just hit some shots, it was good. Yeah, and I got him spawn a couple of times too, which is nice, so it's just like free frags, so.
Yeah, so going into that Awoken then, did you try and adjust anything from that first match? Because also that was a really close game going into that after the first one, then you just seemed so strong in that second one, it just almost like, you know, an unrelenting force, just every time, you know, you'd hit all your shots, just get in there, and it just seemed hard for Mike to be able to sort of overcome it.
I mean, like, no disrespect to Mike, but it's more like I just play my own way.
Yep.
So, I mean, on CK, it didn't, I mean, obviously it worked because I won, but it didn't, like, work as well. on Awoken. I don't know, maybe it's just the map. Because I played like heavy around the lights, so I felt like my light game was pretty good. I always knew when the lights were up, so I knew how healthy he was always, so he couldn't really do much. And I was hitting with good few rails too there, so. But that's probably the only thing. I've tried to hit more rail. I mean, obviously no rail on CK, but I think when I got rail, I'm way more stronger, so that's why Awoken was more dominant than CK.
CK, yeah.
Yeah. Man, I don't even know what to say, you know. Awaken was a masterclass. Enjoyed watching it. How'd you feel about the Undercorrupted Keep? Like, what happened?
Oh, bro, near the end, I thought I had shotgun, so that's why I could charge in there. I don't know if you could see like my face on stream or not, but like I was like getting a bit tilted because I tried to pull out a shotgun, but I couldn't pull it out. I'm like, why the fuck can't I pull it out? and I get saying, luckily it was low enough that he could do it. Otherwise, I'd be a bit fucked. But yeah, and it actually got me a few times. I didn't even realize he could kill me, but yeah, I mean, yeah, he did pretty good in CK, so yeah.
So how have you gone with your other matches so far coming into it?
I beat Lucky 2-0. That was good. I wouldn't say it was like, I would say it was dominant. It was more like, I don't think he really had an opening, but it wasn't like, it wasn't 20-0. It was close, somewhat closer games. Yeah. And I played Cam and Dan, and I could on CK. I kind of got a bit unlucky. I mean, shotgun on Cam, but I mean he was going to beat him anyway. Same with Dan. Dan I just got destroyed. And then I just played Knight before. I beat him 2-1, which that's like Loki Knight's the only person who I like. I don't like having ever out for him, but like I just want to smack him, you know. I feel like he's like somewhat close to my skill. I'd say he's better than me for sure, but like.
You feel like you're sort of at that point where you're almost like sort of knocking on the door where you think you can sort of.
If I'm playing well, I can beat him. So.
Well, you've shown that you can. You can
exactly,
do that. So exactly. So
I beat him like a few splits ago too, so I can do it. But sometimes he just goes crazy mode and just destroys. But
yeah. And so, what matches have you still got left then?
I think I'm playing Red Oxide, and I still got Lure as well. I think Red Oxide's going to be on stream, but Red Oxide, I don't know how I'm going to go against him. I think I've beat him previously. He didn't have too good split last split, so you know, hopefully he's still in that form where he's not playing well. I mean. He hopes not. But
well, he has managed to take down Lucky so far. So it's been, and we saw Lucky play twice, and both times were pretty impressive. So it is really interesting. We said it earlier on with Hamo, sorry about that. There's so many players where we're sort of just effectively rock paper scissoring with everyone. It's like I've got honestly no idea how this is going to end up for tomorrow, like the brackets, because
it's going to be weird.
A lot of these games that are sort of on the fence are all just going all over the place. So. I think we'll have, probably this. You sort of know who top 2 is probably going to be.
Yeah.
But then after that, I really do think it's going to be a bit of a mix-up, right? 3, 4, 5.
It's interesting because I think like Knight beat Dan, but Knight lost to me, so I don't know how that's going to work.
Exactly.
Like
so it's
it's really up in
someone's going to have a spreadsheet. They're going to be really. It's Knight, right? Like it's going to be a long night.
No, Shrills is going to get his spreadsheets going. Yeah, he's always got that covered. So.
What can we expect to see from you tomorrow?
I don't know. I'll probably still play the same, just like my game, but my goal is 3rd. I'd be content with 4th though, so it's worth. But if I could do anything less, I'd like to be a bit mad. So I'll try and show up. And not too many beers, but
you got to enjoy yourself a bit. I think you played well, so you deserve it.
Thanks.
All right, well, thank you for coming along. Congratulations again, well played.
Thank you.
And good luck for the rest of your matches.
Easy. All right, thanks very much.
Cheers.
And welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back indeed.
Back to join us.
What a day it's been, mate. What a day.
Exactly. How have you been? How's your division been going? How have your matches been?
Well, how does dropping one map over 4 matches and not losing a game sound?
So you're feeling confident?
I'm feeling confident going into tomorrow, yeah.
Okay, good. Confidence is key, so...
But, you know, whilst that's all fun, mate, what's been happening on the stage back there today?
These matches have been just fantastic, right? Like, every single set so far has been...
Between every single map, it's been a case of stop, look up, watch what the pros are doing. Got to call on the pros with, you know, what they're coming out with today.
And I think the best thing is, right, like, so far, every single set, regardless of who's favourite, there have always been either upsets or just like matches that are so close, you can't pick who's going to win.
It's been excitement from when we first started this morning with, who was it? It was Redoxide and Lua, where we went to 3 maps, all the way through to, the last matches that were on. Like, I've just been...
it's like that, right? You know, and good news for everyone on the stream and here in person watching. We're running pretty well on time actually. After all the chaos that may have started this morning, we are actually got some extra games for you. So we did only have 2 more matches scheduled, but we've actually added in a couple more for you. So we're going to be playing 4 more matches still on stream for today, all of which are going to be fantastic matches. So we're going to be starting right now with Salty and Red.
And that's going to be a fun one to see. Red's kind of not had the greatest start to his LAN today. It hasn't really gone the way that he's wanted, but Salty, I mean...
good victory coming there against Mike there, coming in as 3rd seed into this, right? He's been playing
not something that I was, personally not a result I was expecting to see. I honestly looked up, saw who was playing, went, yeah, Mike's probably got this. Went back to what I was doing and then looked up and like, wait, what's the score there?
Exactly right, and that's the thing, it's so hard to, exactly what we're saying, right? You can't predict who's going to win. You've just got no idea because these players are all so evenly matched. And that's what's been so great is just the fact that, normally you might still have that 1 or 2 players at the very top right, but then the whole rest of this division is just so even, even the top guys there, right? We've seen that, you can draw blood against them, right? It's not they're not indestructible.
Knight and Dan earlier this morning.
Exactly.
And especially that one, I was expecting, after Knight had such a victory over Dan, I thought we were going to see him running away, but no, it hasn't been his tourney today. It hasn't been his day.
Exactly. Rob just in the chat there, complimenting your fantastic look.
What do you mean?
I was saying you look great.
Oh, thanks, mate. You don't look too bad yourself.
Oh, thank you. So not quite as shiny and sparkly as you might be, but I tried my best.
Someone's got to bring some colour to the scene, mate.
So anyway, we were trying to be professional, right? So
was I. I ordered a suit. This is what Amazon sent.
Fair enough. Can't complain about that.
Anyway, it looks like we've got some of the pick bands underway.
Yeah, so let's transition over to there and have a look at what they've got going on. So, starting with Awoken.
Not surprised with either of them being happy to start with Awoken.
Are we going to be surprised if we get a Ranger and Strog? And
I would not be surprised with a Ranger and a Strog, believe it or not. That seems to be the bread and butter for the midfield of Div 1 over the last 12 months.
So that is just how it goes, right? Ranger, Strog. So we saw the Visor band coming out there from Salty. So
yeah, not surprised by that as well. Definitely won't be seeing Molten Falls. Part of me is wondering why that even made it into the map pool at this stage. I don't think we've seen it at all.
No, it has come on stream once. So.
Once?
At least once.
And then, also the ban on runes of NAF. So we know we're at least going to get some fast games. Three relatively fast games with Awoken, Corrupted, and Veil to finish us off. And I reckon we're actually going to get to Veil.
Well, I do hope we do, because I believe this is actually the first Veil of the knowledge. I don't think we've actually had a Veil yet, if I'm not mistaken. If someone in chat can confirm that for me, but I'm pretty certain this is the first one. So, obviously we've seen, it's been, the normal matchups, right? We've seen a few, there's been a couple of Moltens, but yeah, mainly, Awoken CK, I think, has been pretty much a staple in almost every set so far.
I'm really surprised we haven't seen much Veil today.
And Blood Cover's been pretty common as well. And I think it just shows, right, like these top players, right, they sort of, They know what they like to do, and they know what champs they like to pick here. And,
so true.
And we've immediately see over on CK here, we've got the Galena coming out from Salty.
Yep. And I can see the Eisen ban. I reckon that is a future ban against Vale.
Very possible, yeah.
Yeah, Eisen on Vale is just such a strong combo. It can be used to good effect on CK as well. Not as much these days. And with how the caliber that these guys are playing at today, I definitely think an Eisen would have been a bad pick there in any case.
So it'll be interesting to see what we get coming out here from Red. I'm thinking maybe like an Anarchy or something potentially.
On CK, yeah.
It's something that he does like to play here on this map.
I almost reckon we might even see an Anarchy, yeah.
And he's just thinking about
something
this.
with a bit of speed. Yeah, he's going to be wanting to turn his fortune around today. He's going to be wanting to get some more of those, if not just map wins, an entire game win on. And Salty is just continuing to be salty. Just doing things that you think are not possible, and
yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, right? As we say, like Salty is sort of a bit of those, almost like we say an unknown sort of like you just know really exactly what to expect, right? Then every time you see, you're like, you know, it doesn't cease to amaze me of like how good he can be and how strong he's been playing.
Bit concerned that Rob's wanting to get lap dances from the players, but each to their own. And we've seen a BJ come out on Corrupted Keep. Okay.
Well, that's the other. I think that's probably the other safe option, right, on this.
It's a safe option, but it's also not really special in any way. Like, I honestly would have expected to see, you know, I'm trying to think of who else would have been good to pick here. Like, maybe DK's not as good on here.
Well, we haven't seen any DK yet on LAN, which...
Yeah. With the recent changes
well, that's
to
the thing,
him,
we weren't
I think
sure
players are
whether
still getting used to it.
Exactly, that's the thing. I was curious to see whether we would see some DK. There was obviously a bit of talk prior about, you know, BK, because last LAN, I know everyone was saying DK was really strong, and then online, everyone's like, oh, no, he's rubbish.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen the DK come out really at all. But
yeah, maybe we might see him on a Vale, because Vale, we've got a lot of those tight corridors.
Vale is a good... I've always been a supporter of the DK on
Yeah.
Vale, even in the time where DK is apparently rubbish, but what am I going to say? I'm not here with where these guys are.
But yeah, will they be going for that? A lot of them have been vocal, as you've said, about their displeasure with the changes to DK. I know, especially in the lower divs, it's actually made DK quite a desirable pick for the players now. He's actually getting banned on a lot of the maps just because that area denial, or just laying down a large carpet of dot damage.
Exactly, yeah. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it does more damage more quickly.
Rob wants to donate, mate.
That's a good question, Rob. You know what? We'll get onto that for you shortly. There is a, I do have a QR code I can put up on stream. We have these things. We have the technology. But we do appreciate it.
We just don't have the bot talk yet.
Exactly, yeah. I thought we did have that.
Okay, and hey, saying that, look at what Red's just picked on Vale. DK, we're gonna see Vale, which means we're gonna see a DK.
I like
this is
your
going
optimism.
to 3 maps.
I like your optimism, and I want to agree, but the pick coming out from Salty is a good counter to that DK, the Scale Bearer. Potentially...
A good counter in the old patch. Is it still a good counter in the current patch?
That's a good point.
Scale is a ground effect Formula 1 car that's got a bulldozer front end on it. He's going to be on the ground, and DK relies on players staying on the ground. So,
but you do get that damage reduction, right? So it's like you try and... The thing is, it's a situation, right? Like the same thing we were talking prior with when Phylon was here, versus Salty versus Mike.
Yep.
You get that situation of the Visor v Strog, where, yes, you have the sight, which, you know, you can get the information, but all you're doing is watching it approach you, and there's nothing you can do to stop it, which is kind of a similar situation I think you sometimes might run into with the Death Knight Scale situation, where it's like, you've got that Flame Strike, which try and tell your opponent, you know what, this is my space, go away. But they're like, I don't care, I'm a freight train, I'm coming straight through. And he gets that damage reduction. So he might just push straight through.
That's going to really be his only option. Scale Bearer isn't really one of those champs where you can sit back and be the more passive player. I'm sure Salty's going to make me eat my own words there and play a passive game. But
yeah, so let's have a quick look here. We can have a look at the history of some of these players. So yeah, Red, he's been a player pretty much since the start of, since we were starting running these tourneys, for, well, as long as Quake Champions has been a thing, right? So there's been tournaments being run. But you can see here, Salty coming in a little bit later on, just sort of before Kawachik on the previous LAN a couple of years back. And you can see here is the blue line there for Salty, how he's just quickly shot up in the positions where he's finished, right? Starting out quite low down, and then all of a sudden he just rockets up here. All of a sudden he gets, and it's what we've been saying, right? He's become a player who's just out of nowhere. You don't know what to expect, right? And he's just
as abrasive as abrasive as he can be on Discord, he's got the gameplay to back it up.
Exactly, and you
that's
can look,
the thing.
Exactly, and you look here, right? Like Red's always been a pretty consistent player, right? Like a little bit low down at the start, and he's then sort of evened out, and he's been always sort of like pretty close to that top. Always been like top 4, sort of top 5-ish sort of players. But Salty, he's really right there in the end. And actually, at the end of the KDC 3, our previous split prior to coming to LAN, actually managed to just peak Red in that 1-by-1 spot and getting the 3rd seed as opposed to 4th. So
I think we can all agree, though, that was not a great split for Red.
It's
Split 3 was not a great split for Red.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I think maybe the constant reminder that he's hearing over the PA speakers here today
exactly. Confidence
may not be the greatest thing for him today.
He's had some good games here already, so I'm excited.
I'm not going to take that away from him.
Exactly. No, I think he's been playing well still. We haven't seen, but from what I've heard from some of the other players, they say that he's been playing well. So I'm excited to see him now on stream. I think if you're ready, and if the players are ready, I'm excited to.
Yeah, I think Fuzzy doesn't seem to be in his seat right now.
I know, I'm standing up right next to you.
Sorry, not Fuzzy, Salty. Yeah, this is still something getting used to, standing up to cast.
Exactly. No, it's the best way to do it. You don't do that at home as well?
Sometimes I do. Rob's seen some interesting things on camera when I stand up to cast.
I can imagine. Let's not go any further on that topic.
No, stomach camera.
But yeah, while we wait for them to launch the server up, predictions. How do you think this is going to end up going down?
If you would have asked me this morning when we first start streaming in OBS, I would have said 50-50, maybe a little bit more to Redox side. But seeing how the results today have gone, seeing how the players, like what their games have been, what the final scores of the matches have been, I think we're going to see a Salty victory today.
I think a Salty victory? So, but you said 3 maps though, so...
We're going to go 3 maps. I think Salty's going to try and get us to that 3 maps. I reckon we'll probably see Red take map 1, and then I think 2 and 3 are going to go to Salty.
Okay.
That's my prediction.
Look, I reckon, yeah, it's... I do see Red could potentially take this, and I do like Red's
He's got good picks.
I think Red is... Except for maybe the 3rd map, which is, again, we're not, a bit of not sure exactly how it's all going to go down, because, again, we haven't really seen any of the Death Knight yet. And Salty is a big fan of the heavy champions, so... thanks, Rob. We won't put that out through the mic.
I promised Knight I'd be a good boy.
And you've done good so far, I'm surprised.
But anyway, it looks like these guys are getting ready to go into the game. So the server is loading for some sweet 0 ping action. And I've got to say, the server, 100 FPS, 0 ping.
Yeah, so I haven't had a chance to play on it.
No lag.
Power.
Oh my God, it's amazing.
I'm going to have to get some games in tonight once we finish up, because...
I'll give you games. I'll let you use me as aim practice.
I haven't got my gear here, so I've got to use all my the gear here. So you've got the advantage there. So you might. And I haven't played much recently, so.
Excuses. Anyway, we're going in here. Who are we going to be starting on? We're going to be starting.
Let's start on Red.
Okay then.
Oh, hang on. Looks like we're going.
We're going straight back to the menu.
So something has happened there on that one. We'll just have a look back at the players and see what's going on. Just having a quick chat. They're just checking something together, so...
Well, that's good to see. Even though they're going into competition, in a matter of minutes, they're going to absolutely hate each other for the next, potentially half an hour. They're still being friendly and helping each other.
That's the best thing about Quake, right? You go in, you're friends for 30 minutes, complete rivals, you hate each other, and then you come back out.
And you're friends again.
Hopefully you're friends again.
I mean, that's what we've seen with the other lower divisions today. I mean, I'm sure you've heard some of the yelling coming from the Div 3 and the Div 4
It's
players.
been great actually being up here. Like, we've just been casting away, and then occasionally you'll just hear the scream in the background of excitement or frustration. So I love hearing it, right? It's something, it makes you feel alive and or energetic. Right?
I can tell you, every single time that you've heard someone be sworn at, I can tell you it's resulted in a hug at the end of the game. I can guarantee it.
That's what we love to see too, don't we?
Yeah. Okay, so hopefully we're actually going to get into the map this time and we will be able to start on red. So we're just loading in. Quake Champions has been Quake Champions and taken its time, but we'll be all good.
That's because we are playing this on top quality graphics. We're no pick-mip here.
I know, right?
We're making sure
How good has it been without the pick-mic?
We're making it
MIP.
We're making it look good for the viewers. All right.
Round begins in 3, 2.
And here we go, starting on Redoxide. He's got that mega spawn that we've seen so many times today. As, yeah, he's just got a nice, simple start. Both players getting their items straight away from the get-go. No hesitation on that. No attempted delays. No trickery.
Just playing it safe and doesn't want to try and, because again, these two players, they're both, they really need this win sort of thing, right? They're sort of, as everyone's middle of the pack, right? And every win you can get now is really, really crucial. And that's a great little tribal there, but the rails coming from Salty.
The more wins you have today, the less likely there is a chance your first game tomorrow is going to be against Dan.
Exactly right. That's the thing, right?
Oh my God, how's Redoxide still alive?
And
well, there he goes. That's how we find out that he's not still alive, with Salty getting himself on the board before the first minute's even up. And that was a really clean frag.
It was just rail after rail, right? He was just had pinned Red down pretty much the entire way. And Red was trying his best to stay alive. And actually, Orbing's tried a very aggressive play here and nice rockets. And the good play from behind.
Oh, what's happened there? Out.
Who are we even spectating now? All right, we're staying on Salty.
We're staying on Salty. Salty self-fragged. Technically, Sync Error is on the board after that.
Congratulations,
so we've got our third member of the duel join in as Redoxide gets himself officially on the board now.
And what a rocket. He was very lucky, actually, because he went over that mega, and Salty was just...
Did you hear Salty on the stage then? Oh my God. Even Salty thought that one was an amazing frag, and Redoxide...
I don't know if he was thinking amazing at the same time, but...
it was amazing with a few more explicitives.
Yeah.
But yeah, Redoxide coming out of that incredibly clean. He's still incredibly healthy after that. It was just all in, and there was nothing Salty could do. And Redoxide's just able to play this aggressive game now. The aggressive game is what we're talking about. He comes in, rockets straight into Shaft, and Salty is backed away. He tries to pin Red, but Red is still so healthy after that fight. Still is sitting on 120-70.
Exactly, and Red in that situation, he got so much damage off. It was like he was never letting Salty get out there, and he knew he could, like, dropping usually on LG like that. It's a very risky play, but just with the stack advantage that was going the way of Red, he was never dropping that fight, right? And this should be another
fight. Look at all that
here,
LG
but that's
damage
great amount. Yeah, exactly. And Salty will be able to get away here, but look at this. Red's got such great control over these items here, ready for this rail, and Salty knows exactly what angle Red's going to be on. And
they both know what angle it's going to be on. Salty knows that he's going to be watched the entire time, and Red knows exactly where to watch from. He's got him on Netflix, and he's got it loaded up, and he's sitting down to watch it. Having said that, he's just playing the game that we saw earlier today of keeping your opponent in that LG room.
Yeah.
Looks like Salty's been able to slightly make his way out, but just watch what Red does now. I bet you he's going to try and push him back in to that room. No, Salty's going to... Nope, Salty's put himself back in the closet.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's so hard when Red's playing this so well. He's just got such a strong control going around these items. It's like, how do you get back into this? You need to, basically, this is the point where Salty needs to slow this down, get back to this 100-100 stack. You need to start hitting some rails here, right?
Yeah.
Allow yourself to get a position where you can take a relatively even fight, and then that's how he's going to be able to get back in this. But right now, Red is just playing a rock-solid game, not allowing Salty to get any free damage.
And that's the thing. It seems like Salty's idea of a well-balanced fight is him having the railgun, which he's just not able to get. And when you've got rockets being placed like that from Red, even with the messed up movement, like those are rockets that anyone will watch and be like, clean.
I think Cam will be impressed. We'll be happy with those rockets, you know?
Cam has got a high bar.
Maybe not quite there yet? All
no.
Right, well. But either way, they were very nice rockets. Good,
very nice.
Good kill from Red. And the thing is, he used that orb so perfectly, right? Normally going up that bounce pad, such a risky, dangerous play. But he's done a good job of, you know, getting in there quickly before Salty gets a chance to get a huge amount of damage. And you still look at the stack that Red's sitting on right now, and mega health again. Like,
yeah. He's just keeping himself healthy. Salty's been on the side now with the railgun. Hasn't been able to get himself the railgun yet. And yeah, it really is hampering him. He can't really contest for any of these items. He's there for them. He's hearing when they're being picked up. He's got the timing. No one's denying that. He knows when both are appearing. There comes out the rail. Finally
that's what Salty needs. Exactly. That's what he needs to start doing. Start getting that pressure going.
Yeah, he's there for the items to know when they are. He's just not putting the pressure on.
Because the problem is, yeah, if you get that damage off prior, you can just keep hitting the shot. You know, Red can keep picking up these items. And if Red keeps putting out equal damage to you, do the math, right? It doesn't work out for Salty here. So Salty really does have to start, especially with 5 minutes to go, right? Like, we're already halfway through this map. It doesn't feel like we've been here for 5 minutes, but...
Yeah, and all Red needs to do at this point is just keep running the items. He doesn't need to chase another frag. Exactly. He doesn't need to chase frag number 5. I'm sure he'd love it.
But mind you, this is a great position for Salty right now with that, especially that rail
Twin
there.
rails, yeah.
Exactly. Like, the stacks were even prior to that fight, and that's exactly how we said Salty had to get back into this. And look at this, Red was not ready for that play.
What a trap.
But going up the bounce pad's a very efficient play. Pika comes out, great turnaround shot there from Red, prepared with the rail, but Salty will not go through that TP.
Salty's playing. Salty's going to be coming through, tries to pick up the Mega on a drive-by, but Salty, you're 15 seconds too early, mate. Not going to happen.
And Red just trying to listen out, and it can be so hard sometimes to try and get the exact position of your opponent. Great rail there from Red. Salty gets a bit of LG, and...
Oh, there's the rail we were looking for.
What a shot. And I do not think Red expected he was going to die there, but Red just playing aggressive. He got that orb. Salty is not healthy, but Red is a lot less healthy now after that shot.
Yeah, that was the opening Salty was waiting for. Didn't need to contest the item if you're just going to hit 4 rails in a row. That was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And now, yeah, Salty's just going to be working on getting himself back into the map. And it's Awoken. We've got 3 fast-paced maps coming up. Awoken, Veil, and CK. And this is a map where he can take his time to get work back in. He's only 2 frags down. Plenty of time still on the clock. And Salty's going for it. He comes in so much LG damage.
Yeah, and Red just not ready for him to be in that position. This is probably going to be another frag here as well. This should be, yep, clean kill there for him. Gets the Destroyer and the armor as well. And look at that, you barely even know he took a fight.
Yes.
And so tying that back up to 4-4 now.
He knows where Red is. That rocket, 45 damage and a lot of information. And just a lot of shaft coming out from Salty. And he's still really, really healthy after all that. He's got himself the heavy armor. And he's got all the items now. And Red is now locked out. Red is the one who is stuck in that LG closet that is on Awoken. And there's not much he can do. He tries for the orb, but Salty dodges the orb damage, and
he does reasonably well, to be fair, though, in that fight, right? Yeah. To break up, hopefully, a bit of the control. Because Salty was effectively just running this same rotation of items, just keeps going around the map. And this could be a good engagement here for Red. Salty's not really. Pika comes out and a beautiful
Pika kill, lovely.
And Red, yeah, just only has the rockets there to use. Cleans it up. Wasn't able to get between both major items.
Red sneaks the Mega. Let's see if he can actually capitalize and utilize this to his advantage now. The fact that he's got the Mega and Salty doesn't. Salty being low on health now. Down to 67. Yeah, he's got the small items to back up onto, which is how he's been restacking. His management of these lesser items has been pretty good.
Yeah, and I think that can be such a crucial thing too, especially when you're getting a lot of chip damage coming through between players. You take that one rail, you can not only are you obviously restacking yourself, but you're denying your opponent the ability to take those items.
And it's just his use of the angles here, like picked up the Mega, knew Red was going to be looking for him to exit, and he just placed himself for a couple of seconds in a spot that meant, you know, he's not going to get touched. Here we go, Red's forcing something here. The rails are exchanged, the Pika's coming out. Red survives the Pika this time. Salty down on 10 health, as Red's also forced to run away. I don't know if Red knew just how low Salty was, if that rail hit. But Salty's back up back on the Mega and not hitting the rails that we were seeing him hit earlier. A little bit of jitter coming in, I think.
Both players right now, I think the pressure's starting to get to him, right? It's the last minute now of the game. They're still in 2 frags. Look, this is doable for Red.
Very doable.
But the problem is, we're just not seeing these fights really. Like, it's not that they're going bad for Red, but it's just he's not getting the damage off it, but Salty's not returning it. But if that keeps happening, and this is what Salty's going to do now for the next 50 seconds. Just going to sit there, but that's a good way to start out. And the question is, can you catch your opponent? That's what you need to do. Mega will be here.
Salty had the Mega to fall back onto. He takes 90 damage, he gains 100 in return.
Exactly. And with both these items on sync, it's going to make it so difficult for sort of Red to be able to get this in with 30 seconds. I don't see it happening. Salty's too quick. You know, the Strog's such a fast jam. And it's interesting because Salty was saying just before, it's not that he even particularly likes playing Strog, right? He sort of struggles a little bit with the Strog. But because Strog is so good, just kind of wants to deny it from your opponent. And Red, as we know, being such a good movement play, he's probably got some of maybe even the best movement. And going into the sneaky little spot over here.
There we are.
And we even watched, Red in the cam there, and that will be a GG going to Salty.
Not a bad first map from Salty. Very cleanly played, very smartly played as well. And yeah, this is what we've come to see today, isn't it, from Salty?
Yeah, exactly.
Just the smart plays. And it's the same as what you're saying for Red. He hasn't necessarily had a bad tournament in terms of his performance. It's just those few moments.
Exactly.
The moments haven't been working in his favour.
Exactly.
Maybe they'll work in his favour tomorrow. He's on his game. He's definitely on his game. He's definitely playing well. It's just that little 1%.
Well, again, look, going into CK here, both we've seen Galena be really successful so far, right, on LAN.
Yeah.
Both, I think
seems to
the
be
new buff. It seems to be a very popular champion.
Seems to be the pick on CK these days.
Especially on CK, exactly right. But can you ever rule out a BJ on CK? No, no, don't go there.
No, you can never.
Sorry, Knight. We made it most of the day.
That wasn't even me. Oh, it's almost 6 o'clock.
Look, we've had a long day here, all right? So,
okay, so BJ on CK against the Galena. I still rate the Galena a bit more on CK. I know CK is known for having a lot of health to be able to fall back on, a lot of health that you can, manage yourself when you're the down player. But just Galena, just with the extra damage it takes to get rid of the totem, and how we see a lot of these players in Div 1 using it in more of a combative way.
Yeah.
Not purely as a, hey, I need to get a pocket mega, but more as that, I'm using it to his 60 damage. Here's a 60 damage grenade I'm throwing.
But the thing is, we still have seen players use it effectively. Like we saw Mike playing on Galena on this map prior, and was effectively dominating the entire map while that triple totem was up. But then, as soon as they went down, it's
you don't have to worry about the mega at that point.
Exactly, right? It's a big resource to have. But then, if your opponent's doing a really good job clearing out your totems, then you've effectively got nothing to work with, right?
Yeah.
If your abilities, it's being muted. So, BJ, dual wield, right? You obviously. You don't want to get stuck in a spot where it's...
With the extra fire rate of the LG, it's just a way of losing more ammo cells, is what I've been finding, but it'll be interesting to see what Redoxide can make use of it. We'll start here on Salty, as both players are just going to be grabbing their items, leaving them in perfect sync. And yeah, Salty's just playing that nice, slow game that we've seen him perfect.
Red's no idea. And wow, walking up in the shotgun, huge meaty shot's going to go straight up the bounce pad.
There we are.
I don't think I've
Somebody
ever
clipped that.
I don't think I've ever seen a start like that on CK. Have you?
I have never seen a start on CK. That was what I was talking about. Salty, he's the abrasive player, but he's got the chops to back it up.
Because that's the thing, Salty's a player, he will make those weird plays, and sometimes that's the thing you won't be expecting it, right? Because who in the start of CK expects a walking shotgun in the middle?
Who expects someone to sneak around behind you like you're playing Call of Duty when you're playing Quake? And yeah, from what I can see here and how Red's moving around, it honestly looks like Red doesn't know what to expect now. Every single corner is a worry for him, and he just eats 204 LG damage straight to the face as Salty absolutely melts Redoxide off the map. 2 frags up, a minute 15 in. And
there's Totem doing some work as well, so it's just like, Red's got to be careful of so many things, right? You've got to be careful. Is Salty hanging around the corner, or is there a Totem waiting there, Red trying to go up that back rockets? A little bit at the end there, but it's the LG, you're right, you can't go up and down.
What's Salty's LG percentage that he's hitting at the moment? I've got to know. That's got to be high.
50%.
50%?
Red's technically at 100, though.
Just a casual 50% LG. Excuse me. I have a cough button and I didn't tap it. No, Salty is just playing such a good game here. The way he's maintaining control of his items and the way he's keeping Redoxide guessing where he'll be. Like, obviously, Redoxide knows exactly where he is right now. But Salty's not given him the option of being able to capitalize on that. And he just jumps in, maintains an okay stack. Like, it's not the greatest, but it's still not a bad place to be.
He's got the 50 shot there. Mega's going to be up momentarily. And now that he's got the information on Red, Salty knows it is safe to pick up those few items there. And just, exactly, look at the stack now, right? Ready to play this again. Totem will be up soon, and I just love the little machine gun damage here and there, and then pushing through LG, and so far, I think every fight we've had, right, Salty's just been denying this LG from Red. So it's been Rockets versus LG, and so far, LG's come out on top like every time.
And he's been keeping the fights mostly from that close to mid-range that we were talking about earlier. Obviously, yes, the LG isn't as effective in the close range as it once was. But if you're hitting 50% LG, it can be effective at any range you're getting hits on him. And take a look at this. The read he's gotten on Red, he thought he was going to get him to go through the tally. Didn't happen, but 72 LG as Redoxide just goes around. There's another 138. He's going to come in. The MG damage comes out. We're seeing a different gun get a kill here.
And the thing is, though, again, what weapon did Red have there? He was stuck with rockets.
He only had rockets. And I mean, Redoxide's rockets are great.
Salty's going to jump off the map there. That was a bit close, but he does clean it up.
He's managing his placement well. No, I'm not going to call it 3 minutes in, but this is starting to get into scary zone for Red.
Yeah, Red needs to sort of maybe slow this down a bit. Maybe try and play a bit of the Salty style. Right? Yeah. Just maybe try and set up some of these traps here and there. But it's like, the thing is, Salty's just, look at the totems, right? Look where they are. Salty is not allowed Red to basically get onto this side of the map at all. I don't think Red has actually had an LG.
Is he still only shot 18 cells in total?
I don't even think it was that many, was it? It was...
Yeah, it was 18 damage.
3 cells, that's all. So he's had 1 LG and he got 3 bullets off with it, and that's it. And that's all he's managed to see that gun. Again, look at this.
These close range fights, Salty needs to watch out for him. And he does watch out for it. Backing off of the fight, he probably could have taken Red there. Why risk it? Oh my god.
Ooh, ouch.
That's just the combo that you do not want to run into.
Double totem and then followed by what? A single tick of LG, maybe 2?
That's all he needed.
And he's gone.
A little tickle with the shaft is all you need sometimes. And he's just going to hit him straight in the back with the MG. Redoxide comes straight through. I reckon Redoxide's tilting a little bit right now. Some of the choices he's making does not speak of a Div 1 player at the moment. It speaks of someone who, if this was their own personal machine, it'd be going out of the
And the game does that too.
Salty does that to you sometimes. I've
played a few games against myself. I'll be honest, that does sometimes happen. But there we go. Finally, Red is able to get through with the Reaper finally. And going in for the Spawn Dragons here as well, the dual-wield LG finally comes out. And, oh no, the nail.
The nails are strong. We know the nails are good.
I don't want to say it, but after that frag there. Okay, there's a good rocket, but the problem is Red's got to...
There's another good rocket.
Second one.
I want you to keep trying to call it earlier. The more you're doing that, the better Red's doing. And in Red, we believe, as he's getting so much damage onto Salty there. Salty escapes spectacularly, and Red just can't get that finishing damage onto him. He's going in for the charge here. He catches Salty in kind of the area of the map you don't really see fights happening in. And Red is slowly clawing his way back up the scoreboard here.
The problem is it's so low after that fight. He can't hang around. Look how much health is left on just after a couple of nails, and that was it. There's just no health to work with, and they're going to meet here, and Red is going to go down immediately. Doesn't have the stack to show up there. You can't show up to an item when your opponent is 4 times your stack.
Sure you can. Red just did it. Just didn't work for him.
All right, if you want to be successful, you can't do that.
No, I was going to say, we're only 5 minutes in. The lady of consideration has not started singing yet.
She's warming up, though. She's warming up.
Red is coming in. Dual LG's going. There he is. It was a messy frag, but it's still a frag nonetheless. And he's just going to come in at Salty here. There's 1, 2 frags back on the board. He's only got 7 more to go, 8 more to go. Can do it. We've got plenty of time here. There's still
and
a
look,
good...
we saw him just chain 2 together there within, what, 10 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So, but just missed him. But the thing is, Salty's now going to be able to play this so slow, so quiet with this.
CK's such a hard map to play slow on.
Well, when you've got 8 frags to tie this up, and you've got, 3.5 minutes.
Yeah. And, I mean, Salty's going to make Red chase him, but Red's a man who loves the chases. We're seeing... Oh, there we are. You don't know what happened there. Pulsar QC issues with the mouse, maybe? I don't know. But no, Red's actually forced to retreat off of that push there. He just eats a rocket from Salty. Great defensive rockets from Salty there.
And look at this, though. But look, as you said before, it's a hard map to run from. But right now, Salty is doing an absolutely perfect job. And this is how you can get away from it. Oh, they're actually going to meet each other here, but... that of Salty, so I don't think
that was not how I expected that.
I don't think Red was expecting Salty to be there because, well, I thought it wasn't. We've got X-Ray on, so.
Having said that, I don't think Salty was expecting Red to be there either.
Very possible.
I mean, you can't see it based on the camera because we've only got a forehead there, but that's a very, very happy young man it is with the result of this first map. 15-5, that's such a large deficit to come back. I'm starting to come around to your way of thinking now.
Yeah, look, it's technically doable, I suppose, but the thing
mathematically it's doable.
But the thing is, I don't think Salty's going to allow that to happen, right? Like, even just with a few delayed spawns, it's going to make it real difficult to get straight back in.
Red gets up and lets Dan on his machine. Do you think it's possible?
Don't give him ideas. But mind you, even with 2 minutes, I don't even know would that be enough.
No, I think with how well Salty's been playing, this is out of Redoxide's reach. So that means that I must have gotten my predictions wrong.
Yeah.
And Redoxide's going to win the next map.
What next map? It's 2-0, mate. We already watched one. We watched Awoken.
Oh, yeah, we did too. Oh, my gosh.
I know it's getting late, but...
I've been up since 6, mate. Give me a break. No, so that... This is... Yeah. Holy moly. I was getting ready for the next map, I was.
We wanted the next map. This next map was going to be the Veil.
Can we still play the next map?
Maybe after we finish done, we'll ask them to go and play the third map anyway.
Yeah.
Or maybe someone will play Veil with Death Knight for us.
We're gonna get a Veil. We're gonna get a Death Knight. It's gonna happen.
I really do hope so.
I mean, the fire strike on the ground just looks so pretty on Ultra Graphics.
That's the only reason you wanted, is it?
No, because I'm a fan of Death Knight as well.
But I think at this point, yeah, Salty's just basically, he's just running around having some fun here, cleaning this up, and
very well played from Salty.
I think the biggest thing for this map, which just went so well in Salty's favor, was just effectively what we've seen right here, is just Salty controlling this portion of the map, right? Didn't allow Red to get that LG, which is the, that's the tool that you
need as a BJ.
As a BJ, but just on this map in the whole, right? Because if you don't have that, one, you're probably not going to be getting over to MG with the way he was playing, because both MG and LG are right next to each other, and Salty was just guarding that like last minute. He didn't care about the heavy. In his eyes, heavy wasn't even on the map. So
the LG was the problem, and I mean, good read, especially up against a BJ. We actually haven't seen Red bring out much of the dual wield with Habitiva. Like, he hasn't had the opportunity to bring it out. You want to use the dual wield on those hit scan weapons.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw a couple of times it came out, but even then it didn't really
It resulted in a frag, but it was a frag that he had to really, really work hard for.
Exactly, and it wasn't the clean sort of kills that he needed. Because when you're falling back like how he was there, you really do need to be getting clean kills that you can then chain together.
Yeah.
And then that's the way you sort of bring these maps back. But unfortunately, just didn't quite happen. And Salty taking another 2-0.
Not the day one that Redox side would have been hoping for, I don't think.
We're just getting Salty back up here real quick for a quick chat. So give us just a moment. And we have him here, the man himself. Congratulations again, seeing you for a second time now.
I can't hear you in this one. Is that normal?
That's probably not normal, no.
Okay.
It'll be okay.
There we go, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Cool.
I can hear you. The stream can hear you.
Yeah, the stream can hear you.
Alright,
So.
cool. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, so how do you think that went? So yeah, obviously good victory against Red there.
Yeah, again, it was like the first map was like shaky, and then the second map was pretty good. But yeah, it was tough. I was like a bit scared to come back on CK as well. So
You did a good running away game on CK.
yeah, I was trying to, and then all my rockets were hitting too, and I could hear the desk slam a few times. So,
You always know. That's one of the things that people love about LAN, right? You can tell from your opponent just like how they're feeling after a nice play like that. And
yeah.
so at the start of that CK map there, we noticed you pretty much spent what 4 minutes probably almost just sitting in Mega Room.
Yeah,
Len,
it's kind of weird too because I was Galena and I got the health.
Exactly. So it's like you just kind of like didn't care about heavy like at all. And was that just part of your plans? Thing is like, all right, I'm playing against
No
VJ.
hit scan for Red?
No, exactly. No hit scan for the dual wield, right?
Yeah, that was pretty much. I've kind of forgot it was BJ. I mean, you can tell sometimes because he hit you hard. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I just didn't want LG. He didn't have LG because LG is so strong. And I kept on getting destroyed by LG like a lot today. And there was a few times where I did let him get it on purpose because I needed the full cycle. But for the most part, yeah, that was the main plan for CK, was just not to let him get LG. Yeah.
And then so when sort of Red was sort of able to push back in a little bit more, how did you sort of adjust your game plan around that? So when
I forced back in because I don't have enough kills with it, so I could kind of like get a kill every like.
And just try and sort of like run down the clock at that point because it was about 5 minutes, right? When
yeah, but it is a lot of time.
It's a long time to run.
He could have come back. Yeah.
Yeah,
so.
you spent sort of like it was I think about half the time before I think Red was able to break through and sort of I think finally get LG. It was like I think it was about 4 minutes in where I think Red had 3 LG cells hit, like and used. That was it. Like he had 100%, but it was only 3 cells, right? So.
Yeah, I don't know that he could have come back there, but I think I just did. Galena's so strong. And also because like I still know a little bit before. It's like the old Galena, like you could kind of like kill the totem while like going for like a kill, like chasing them.
Yeah.
But now you kind of have to like stop and like take out the whole totem because there's like I think it's like 80 health now, which is actually a bit more to kill. So that's actually like a rocket.
60 or 80, something like that. Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but it takes actually a bit to kill. So that's the main thing. Is just I kind of like played like that. I was like, if I put one up, he's going to try and kill the totem.
Yeah.
So I was like,
So we've seen a fair bit of Galena so far on LAN. So are you sort of definitely rating the new Galena update then?
Yeah. I mean, I don't like playing it, but
but hey, you're here to win, right? So you're gonna play what's best.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I think Galena's a good champion. I mean, it wasn't like terrible before, but like now it's
this
like
is just a good buff. That's champion to it. Yeah.
I'd say so. Yeah.
And so just runs through with your Woken. How are you feeling on that map there? Obviously that was pretty close.
A little bit more of a challenge.
Yeah, exactly. It was a very competitive map, that one. So
yeah, I guess I'm just trying to like I don't know. Maybe I'm just feeling it out. Like the first map, it's like using it to.
Because that was a lot slower to begin, right? We didn't see anything for the first sort of like minute or so, and
a few times I raged on it too because I was like, "There's no way to kill me there." But yeah,
you can't blame lag today, mate.
Yeah, I'll still find a way. But yeah, again, like I think I was just trying to feel it out in that map to start with. But yeah, it was. I reckon it wasn't too bad because after like I got those last 2 frags, I hit him with LG a lot, and then I gained 2 frags after that, and I was like, there was enough time where I could kind of just like. Defensive rockets, and because I was playing like around the tri-bolt, so the tri-bolt was like because there's so many like levels to that, so you can kind of go wherever you want. So I just kind of plus back again. So yeah,
it was a great defensive.
We saw the little trap that you had set up around there. It would have been around the 6-7 minute mark.
Yeah.
And I don't think he was expecting that at all, and it seemed like a nice, easy kill for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think Red Oxide charges a bit, so you kind of if you play like I play like a really trappy play style. So if you kind of like set traps, you're going to be like pretty set against Red, I think, for the most part, because he does hit really hard. So
yeah. So yeah, speaking of that, I want to ask that first kill on CK with the the stealth shotgun near the.
Oh yeah.
So I don't think I've ever seen someone play the initial fight of CK like that. So what was going through your mind when you're like, I'm just going to go sit here and be quiet and like walk in behind
It's
you?
going on the TikTok reel, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going on TikTok. Nah, it was well, because you don't have LG to start with the red spawn, and I wanted LG, but I saw him over at like I saw him run to the hourglass to light to rocket, and I didn't know if he saw me or not. So I was hoping if he did see me, he thought I pushed into LG, even though there was no sound, no tele sound. So I went close, and even though I didn't think he had rockets out, he could have, but even then I think I had. If you shoot first enough, he still has to turn around. So then it was like fine. So yeah.
Well, it was a very entertaining kill. So so thank you. We quite enjoyed it here. So.
It set the tone of the entire match.
Yeah, very much. I think that maybe that's the players getting the rage first.
Maybe, yeah. Just because I bet you, I can guarantee you, actually, no, he was not ready for that. Like he was just walking out there quietly, thinking, "Oh, I'm going to be sneaky here."
Yeah.
And it's like,
Well, it wasn't the open though. I was putting this but
I get the feeling that's a clip that's going to be posted about 5 or 6 times on Discord. I don't think he's going to be missing that anytime soon.
Anyway, congratulations again. Well done. So good luck for your final match. You've still got one more to go.
Yeah, I'm playing Lure. Yeah, I don't know. I'll see how we go.
Yeah, I think we're covering that actually now, aren't we? So
cool.
Or is it on B stream actually?
No clue.
Either way. Anyway, good luck for your next match, whether or not we are or not. Thank you again. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And good luck for the rest of the day. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, easy. All right, peace.
Congrats.
Alright, just a quick update here on the final matches for the night. So we've got 3 more matches we're still playing. We're going to be up next will be Salty versus Lua, so he's playing again. Then we are seeing Dan versus Cam, and then we're going to finish the night out with Knight versus Lucky. So do not go anywhere. We've still got plenty more matches for the night, and then we'll be moving on tomorrow to all of the brackets, and then moving on to the grand final. So we're going to have lots more action tonight, and then a full day of Quake tomorrow. So we're going to have a quick break, and we shall be back.
And welcome back, everyone. You're here with Hamo and Dasbok, and we're just kind of waiting.
First time we've been on together. Yeah, just look at the
first
back of
time
our
we've been
heads.
on together, Dasbok. Look at your suit jacket. You look amazing. I better do up my
As I keep
upper
saying,
button.
it's amazing what you can pick up on Amazon when you just do a search for suit.
Amazon. right. Yeah, cool.
Fits better than some of the proper suits that I've had.
Yeah.
I mean, we can see that we've got Salty and Lure getting set up.
We do have Salty
getting
and Luke
settled
set
in.
up. I think they're getting almost ready to start, but I don't think.
What a
I don't
good
think we have
LAN
them both
Salty's
in
had so far.
Salty's been on fire. It's been unbelievable.
I
I'm
mean-
actually so surprised. There's too many people in game right now. I can't find Lure.
There's almost 40 people in game at the moment, just here in Australia, at Fortress in Melbourne.
Yeah.
And it's going to happen again tomorrow, mate. Friends list has
That's
never
right,
looked so
that's
active.
Right. That's right. Yeah, it's actually kind of awesome. All the Division 2 and 5 guys, down to Division 5 guys, still playing their games.
I'm going to want to look at the Steam charts after this weekend and see the blip of players going up, see what effect Australia's had on it.
Oh, yeah, percentage increase 100%, you know, of concurrent players.
I still
Let's
reckon
go.
Sync should just look at all the players who are logged in today and just unlock all the skins for us.
I think that's probably fair. You know, look at
Someone clip it and send this to them.
Look at all the active players that are playing the game, and reward us for doing our hard duties. But yeah, I think we're just waiting for Lure. Do we have an update? What's going on over there?
Picks
They're doing
and
the
bans
picks
are
and
happening.
bans. So we're moving over
Let's
to our
see,
picks
Hamo
and
doing the
bans.
fuzzy job. Let's see if he can figure out how to pull this off.
So I am pressing the buttons. This one is not the vibe. Hang on.
No.
I got the vibe. I got the vibe. I'm getting there. Oh, I got to get out of this. Oh, yep.
He doesn't know where he is. He's breaking everything you've done, Fuzzy.
No, I'm good.
You guys can't see it, but Fuzzy's just over here right now, and he's laughing his ass off at what Hamo's doing.
Oh, hell yeah. I got it down pat. You guys know what I'm doing. You know I got this. Go get yourself a drink. You've earned it.
Go get another Red
Fuzzy's-
Bull. It's only 8 o'clock, mate. Get another
Fuzzy's
one.
been hard at work
Not 8
today.
o'clock,
So
sorry.
the picks and bans are done.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Vale. We're getting Vale.
Vale
Finally
first
getting
up.
Vale on stream.
Yep. Finally getting Vale on stream. We got Lure on Eisen and Strog
Salty
on Strog.
Salty denied me being able to watch Vale last match. We didn't get the 3-mapper that I was hoping we would get. And yeah, we missed out on the Vale. We also missed out on the DK usage, which I don't think we're going to be seeing anytime soon at the moment.
Oh, can someone ask Lure to please get in game?
Well, you've just sent your lackey off to get a drink instead.
Yeah. Wait, Asim, is Lure getting in game or what? They're in.
There's
there
Lure.
he
He's in the
is.
menu.
There
He's
he
joining
is.
the game. He's in here.
All right, we're good.
And we've
We're
got
good.
Salty is the party leader, so Salty can get us underway. He
Let's
knows how to
go.
launch a game of
Let's
Quake
go.
Champions. I'm sure he's done it once or twice in the past.
Yep.
And Fuzzy's come running back in a panic.
What? No, they're not in game.
Fuzzy is in an absolute panic off to the side here. First time he's been away from the desk all day. The guy's running on fumes. Not enough Red Bull.
Fuji Cam is playing Dan next. And then we have Mike versus Redoxide, and then that's the end of the day. So next, Cam versus Dan, then Mike versus Redoxide, then day end. There you go.
And here we are.
That's
It
all
looks
the
like they're
updates.
going to be ready to get into game soon.
And what map are we doing?
And we're
doing
currently
Corrupted
the party leader, we are, so we've got to get this game set up and ready to go.
All right, let's go.
No, it's change it from Corrupted Keep to Vale, mate. Come
Oh,
on.
sorry. I thought it was Corrupted Keep because... My bad. All right, Vale. Here you go, guys. Get a Vale intro. Enjoy yourself. This is the right map for this this match. And Let's go. Let's get underway.
Can't even see what they're saying in the chat. They might not actually be ready. Oh yeah, there they go.
They're
Salty,
very ready.
Salty
They're very
is
ready.
trolling you, Hamo, and I cannot blame him for it.
I'm an expert. I'm an expert, and we all know it. So
here we go into the Vale of Naf.
Layer, master overlay. Uh-huh.
We're getting there, guys. We're
Uh-huh.
getting there. I promise tomorrow we won't let Hamo be in control.
No, I got this. You know what? I got it, guys.
If I need to bust out the fluffy handcuffs, I will, mate.
All right. We're in. We're in. We're in. Fluffy handcuffs. Stay away from me.
I'll say Rob made the he took the gloves off. Let's just put it that way. And it's getting late. It's Quake Champions After Dark soon. Who are we going to be starting with today?
It's been a big day of Quake, so we're going to start with Lua on the on the Eisen.
On the Eisen, yes. A champ you probably don't want to have show up on Vale too much. And interestingly, the Mega Health is being delayed a little bit by Salty. And it actually means that he's probably going to miss out on both major items. He hasn't picked one for himself, although just shoved something into Lua's back there. And Lua's forced to back away, but that stack Lua's got, what a great way to start. Naf, the direct rocket. That's what you love to see.
You love to see it. And Lua is... yeah, Lua is looking like he's got a strong standing to start this match. Salty's been playing above expectations, I got to be honest, this tournament so far.
Oh,
and
what a rocket.
But maybe Salty's got the special sauce right now. You know, he's been drinking Michael Jordan's special water or whatever, and he's powered up. You know, but Lua's been playing pretty well as well. He's been pretty solid all tournament. So I think these players are pretty evenly matched for this game.
I don't think anyone would disagree with me saying coming into this game after what we just saw Salty do to Redoxide on CK, Salty's probably the favourite coming into this one. This isn't Quake 4 Lua. You can't chuck stuff through the teleporters.
You can't. The turret
goes through, I guess. Yeah. That's a new one to me. But anyway.
Really? You didn't know that?
I did not know that. How long has Eisen been in the game and I haven't known that?
Yeah, if you put it on the teleporter as it's spawning, it goes through. But you know, that's a Division 1. That's the Division 1 knowledge.
Division 1 knowledge, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
So how do you know it?
Excuse me. All right, excuse me. No, but
2 minutes in, we're still 0-0 on NAF. This is probably not how you'd expect it to go. NAF is one of those maps which can get fast and furious without the rock being involved. And so far, both players are just happy to take it slow. Both players known for their slower play styles, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Lua's control at the moment is just... It's going to take him places. Mark my words, he's going to get the first frag of this map. All right.
Dazbox said it here first. Lua's going to get the first frag of this map. Right now, Lua is by far behind in stack.
It's going to happen.
And Salty knows it. So Salty's going to try to make something happen. Here we go. There's 5 seconds till the next Mega. Salty hits the rail through the grade. He's got the Pega coming. Lua hits the clutch rail, but oh, Salty! Fantastic play there.
That was a great read.
Let's swap over to Salty's
Salty. Turned that 1 into 2. My prediction was wrong. I am sorry for cursing Lua there. But Salty is looking so healthy after that second kill. He didn't even have to drop much of his stack to pick up that second kill, and he's just more than happy to slow down again. Again, NAF, one of those maps that, you know, speed is often rewarded, and Salty's just proving an alternate way of playing right now.
Totally.
Lua trying to set up the trap at the tele exit, and Salty knows what's going to happen. He knows exactly where Lua is, and he's looking for that chip damage with the tri-bolt. But Lua just being a Half-Life NPC and walking into the wall, and it's serving him well right there.
I'm just going to check. Is his PC okay? No, he looks like he's okay. He looks like he's just fine.
That was all part of the strategy, hey? All part of the strategy.
All part of the plan. All right, cool.
Part of the plan probably wasn't taking a face full of Salty's shaft and then receiving a rail right at the end of it.
Wow, you're on fire tonight, Dazzbot.
I don't know what you're talking about. Timmy's basically done absolutely nothing there, and Salty's in a good position. Rails are exchanged. Lua probably hoping that would have done a little bit more to Salty than it did. Salty's still going to survive as he picks himself up another Mega. And
okay, I just want to point out, everyone, when we're talking about Salty, we're talking about YOFW 3175 Demon. All right, just so you know, YOFW 3175 Demon is Salty.
When you join the Ozquake community, the first name that you're using when you log into the Quachi Cup's Discord is what you'll be called for life.
Pretty much. That's
it's
how it
the
goes.
rule. It's the rule.
Yeah.
And here's Salty comes in charge
goal!
again.
Big fag, but
Lua with the rockets.
With the rockets gets the reply, and we're going to swap over Lua's cam here.
Lua nicks himself a Mega Health right at the last minute there, and yeah, Salty tries to get a few rockets to connect, doesn't get the damage on that he would like, as Lua's looking for that conversion frag, but no, Salty's just in too good of a position now for Lua to even contest, and he has to back off. He's got to play this smart. There's still 5 minutes remaining, only one frag in it. Vale being one of those maps where you can easily get 2, 3, 4 frags in a row. You stand in the right spot and you're just going to be railing people on spawns, and that's what they're both going to be looking for. Lua wasn't expecting that though.
Caught him on the jump pad, had way more stack than him, and got a completely clean frag. 0 return damage in that frag, and gets a follow-up rail. Oh, he's put Lua in a really bad position here, and another rail, and he has way more stack. He's going to be able to get this Mega, and then he's got to run to the heavy as well. He's going to be able to get a full rotation on the map, and Lua is in dire straits right now. Not looking good for Lua.
How is Salty able to do these sneaky plays? We saw it before against Redoxide on CK with that shotgun play, and he's basically done the exact same thing again, but with shaft and rockets. That is just like, words are hard when you're seeing plays like that all the time. And here we go. Lua's just, the question is, how is Lua going to break the hold Salty has? He wasn't able to hold on to the control, and now he's got to somehow break this stranglehold that Salty's got on the map. And I mean, if you take a look at what he's doing, he's even making sure Lua doesn't have those small items to play with either. He's keeping them covered, and if Lua gets any chip damage on, he's taking him for himself. Lua's literally got nothing to work with at the moment. And the frustration has got to be mounted. Lua's not a player that tilts, but the frustration's got to be there.
Totally. Yeah, I mean, Salty is a player that tilts. Like, we describe Salty
as Salty.
We describe Salty as the wildcard troll that made GG early or made 40-0 you. So right now we're getting the 40-0 Salty. I mean, he's on fire. But, I mean...
You're going to have to get your glasses, mate. That's clearly a 3 and not a 40.
It feels like 40, the way that he's playing.
The way he's playing, like... He knows he doesn't need to have the extra score.
Oh, he's so low right here, and he gets fragged. And finally, Lua has gotten himself back into the map. And this is exactly what Lua needed. He's got full control now. He's going to get full rotation. He's caught him out here. Oh, it's a really good frag.
That was a bad Pika play.
It was a bad Pika play. He used his ability, but you know what happened? Salty spawned on the heavy, and actually Salty has more stack now. He might not have the weapons to be able to contest this. He doesn't want to go through the teleporter.
No, he knows he's going to get
to contest this.
He knows he's going to run straight into a Timmy if he does that, and probably some rockets as well. And there we go. Salty's just going to come charging in. He wants to extend that lead, but the rockets, the defensive rockets from Lua are so strong. Lua is in a dangerous position, though. He is in a railable position. I don't think Salty has the rail, as he's just getting in there, getting the chip damage, making sure those health pickups.
And Lua is railable right now. Like, he's just picked up enough to put himself not railable, but he's so low, and
he's
that
railable
rocket
now.
Will put
the
him so
rocket
low, and
straight
he
in.
Straight into the rocket. That is absolutely killer. Oh my goodness. It's neck and neck game right now. You know, Vale can be very high scoring or very low scoring. Like, we're getting a very low scoring game right now, but it's speeding up. We're getting the sped up version for the last 2 minutes of the game, and I don't know if Lua can bring this back right now. You know, Salty's got full control. He's got all the items. There's only 2 rotations left on the map. I don't know if Lua can bring it out.
Bit of geometry there. Look at all of that LG damage straight into the rail to finish it off. Nail gun comes out, greatest gun in the game, on the greatest map in the game, and Salty has put himself back in the driver's seat here.
2 frags in it. He's just got to not get fragged right now, and he's going to get another. That's 3
GG.
frags, and that's
GG.
got to be it. That's got to be it.
There is no comeback for Lua in this scenario. Salty has the control. He has the map. It's if he loses it now, it'll beat Hodges' comeback of 2020.
Hodges' comeback of 2020. It's very famous. It's a very famous comeback. It's a very famous comeback, isn't it?
It is in the Ozquake. It is in the Ozquake community. Mate. Come on, let's be honest.
Or is it just very famous to Dasbok? I don't know.
I wasn't the player being fragged in that one. That would have been I can't even remember. Reese, I think it was. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're watching Salty just mop up what's left of Lua here. The GGs have come out. Great play from Salty there to win Vale of NAF. That was 7-3. It was a lot closer for the majority of the game.
Excellently done.
And yeah,
excellently done.
At the end of the game, Lua just had to make something happen, and that's why the score blew out towards the end. But
and we're back on cam.
I noticed that.
Dasbok?
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Well, I wasn't gone, mate.
Surprise. You're on camera.
I'm well aware of that. You know, I can see your screens too.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I have control now, not Fuzzy. So when I want to put you on camera, we're on camera together.
Sounds good to me.
But, I mean, we've got 2 matches left today, and then we're wrapping it up. But we've got
to get the map set up now, we do.
We've got to get these ones set up. And what are we up to next?
What's in the chat? I haven't looked.
Let's have a look. Let's bring
Blood
up the pick band.
Covenant with an Anarchy taking on a... What's that? It's Athena.
Wow. All right.
The Athena's such a good pick on Blood Covenant. Opens up so many more routes you can go through.
Definitely Athena is the pick on this map. I'd say that Athena is strong. You know,
Athena is strong, yes.
Yeah, the vertical movement makes a really big deal. Also, just generally being able to get the rail whenever you feel like it, that is very important on Blood Cov. If you can get the rail, it puts you in very, very strong stead. And, you know, Salty, his favorite weapon is the railgun. So...
Really, I believe I've heard him say that a couple of times, although with how it's been today, you wouldn't guess that sometimes. Where are we? Get that over there for you, mate. We're going into Blood Covenant now. Who are we going to start on?
I think we'll start on Lua, this one, when we get into the map.
Yeah, Lua's... With that loss on NAF, he's now got to make it back. And be interesting to see how he plays. We've seen him play Blood Covenant over the last 3 splits, both in the high-octane version and the more quieter version. We know Salty definitely prefers the quieter play on this map. Lua's already gotten himself that railgun though, which is so key on Blood Covenant.
Yeah, it's hard to play quiet when you're Athena. Like, you have to be moving, you have to be getting stuff. You know, if you're not using your grapples, then you're not making the most of it. So
why are you Athena if you're not?
Yeah, so you kind of have to be you have to kind of be doing stuff, moving around.
Oh, what a catch from Salty there. And that's what we expect to see though. That's the type of gameplay that we've come to expect from Salty. He's so good at that sneaky gameplay, getting that damage around the corner from the weird angles that you're not expecting. Although, this is an angle that is expected, and Lua's got the crosshair there waiting for him. No damage is exchanged from either player, though. Oh, and he looks away just at the wrong time. And yeah, quiet start to Blood Covenant, as predicted. Yeah, I'm surprised that rocket did anything.
Well, it did a dink.
Did
That's
a
all
dink.
it did.
And Lua going for damage on the brushwork there of the map. Hits a.
I think these.
Oh,
wow.
headshot.
Nice. Good shot. But like, how much damage has been exchanged so far this map?
Not a lot, to be honest.
Let's just have a quick gander. And we got 300. What is that? 175 damage and 278 damage in a minute and 33 seconds. So
it's not even enough to get a frag yet.
Yeah, I know.
It's just been all chip. It's all been feeling each other out.
Yeah, both players just trying to be sussing the vibe so far.
Sussing the vibe. You're down with the young kids these days now, aren't you?
For real, for real.
I'm not going there. Anyway. Both players just happy to be content with their items at the moment. We haven't seen a play from Lua for that Mega. We haven't seen a play from Salty for the Heavy. They're just happy to stay in their lane. The rail exchanges are happening here and there, but nothing that's created an opening. Looks like Salty might go for a little bit of shaft damage here. He comes in, does a little bit, takes the rockets for his trouble, and then he's forced to back off. The inject comes out from Lua. Rail on the jump pad. And Salty is now in no man's lane, finally gets himself that railgun. That's what he was looking for. Lua takes a rocket for his trouble of getting that information.
Salty was on hardly any health after that exchange. And then he got the mega health. He was also under 100 health after he got the mega health and took that rail. Salty only has 150, but that'll actually even things up quite a bit. You know, Lua's going to get this inject pretty soon. That'll give him a bit of a boost. But Salty's actually doing a really good job of keeping the stacks even. And as an Athena, that's not such a bad thing to do. You know, as a light champ, if you keep the stacks even, you know, you get yourself finally the advantage, and then you can start snowballing and steamroll your opponent. But both players are definitely just trying to find out, how do I manufacture this first frag? How do I make it happen? And both players aren't quite sure at the moment. I think we're seeing some nerves out of both Lua and Salty this map.
Yeah, I mean, this exact match we've seen a couple of times over the last 12 months from these two. This isn't the first time they've faced each other in Div 1 on stream. And it's not the first time that we've seen them face each other on Blood Covenant. And we've seen this exact slow-paced, methodical start to the game go both ways for both players. Ooh. Lua gets the first frag of the match, though, and he does that maintaining a relatively good stack. Although Salty's going to have that mega health straight away off the spawn, and he's going to be able to get himself to that railgun. The railgun, as you rightly pointed out, as Athena can get whenever they want. Yeah. Whenever they damn well want.
Yeah, whenever they want to get that railgun. And it's important. I mean, on this map, the railgun is the most important thing, more than anything.
Especially if you can use it.
If you have the railgun and your opponent doesn't, you have a giant advantage on this map. The rail angles are insane. There's so much open areas, so much crossfire. But, I mean, both players have the railgun right now. So basically, they'll be looking to trade rails if there is a rail opportunity.
I'm sure they'd rather not have it returned.
Salty gets shot in the back, and then Lua responds with a rail as well. Both players hitting an unreturned rail. We got a heavy armor in 3 seconds. I think both players are setting up for this. Oh my god, Lua has dropped down. He's missed a rocket. He misses the rail.
He misses everything.
And the LG completely destroys him. And Salty has tied it up. We've got one frag apiece.
Did you see how healthy Salty came out of that fight as well? Salty came away with most of his stack in place there. Although, having said that, he dies trying to get the mega health. He just stays off of the item that little bit too long. And Lua just gets in there, gets the frag, and he's back in charge. It's no longer an even match.
I don't know how Lua won that fight. I think Salty definitely should have won that fight. He definitely should have been doing more damage, but he just completely whiffed it. And oh my god, who's going to win this fight?
No, Lua's going to try and turn it around his way. The shotguns come out.
All he needed was one more shot, Salty, and he would have gotten that frag as well. It came down to the very last millisecond, but Lua is
known for doing Lua things, and Lua things include surviving with no health.
The heavy spawns in 3 seconds. Lua is going to try to get across there to do some damage. I think I think Salty's just waiting on this rail. Yes, he
that's
is.
what he's waiting for.
And Lua's got to be careful about getting this mega heavy armor now.
Salty doesn't miss these clutch rails. Lua's 2 rails away from oblivion at this stage.
Salty's going for the shot
He's
here.
setting up. You can see he's set up.
Ooh.
He misses that rail.
Ooh.
That's a big rail to miss at this point of the match. 6 minutes in, 2 frags down. It's not a rail that you want to miss. He's setting up in the corner there. He hits that rail. Lua's forced to back off of it. And are we going to see Salty actually starting a little bit of a charge now?
And if you're in the chat on the stream, let's hear who you're going for. Are you going for Salty? Are you going for Lua? Do you want this guy to just go for a third map? Who are you going for? You know, Salty's up 1-0. He might bring this back. He might close it out 2-0. Or are we going to go for a third map? Who are you going for? Let's hear it.
That rail, the rocket to rail from Salty was strong there. Lua somehow manages to avoid taking that rail as he backs out. He knows he's got to run. Salty comes charging in, and Lua just gets himself off of Salty's screen. Luckily soon, but Salty's chasing. He knows he's got to chase. He's going in for it. The shaft's coming out. The rail misses. The second rail does not. And there we are. Salty's back within 1 frag. Not a lot of time left on the clock, but also plenty of time for Salty to come back here. He waits for Lua to go for that rail. Somehow Lua takes no damage from the rocket that Salty leaves up at the rail there. And Lua now has the tool of the trade on Blood Covenant.
Yeah, but both of their stacks are reasonably even right now. If they have an engagement, it's just going to go down to who has the biggest damage. Both players exchange a rail, but there you go. You got the unreturned shot, and oh, there we go, another unreturned. Yep, there's a return, and both players still pretty even stack. Both items spawning around the same time. I think they're just going to make a gentleman's agreement here to both get each other's items and move on. And they have actually. There we go. We got the Mega picked up. The Mega is 5 seconds behind the Heavy.
Lua would be more than happy to pick that up.
Lua does not know where Salty is right now, and Salty has realized this. I think Lua has just heard the hum of the railgun, so he's worked it out. No, he hasn't. He doesn't know. Salty's gone up. He's made an aggressive move, and he's gotten the frag straight in Lua's face. Tied it up 3-all. 1 minute to go. 1.5 minutes to go. Oh my God! And he's got control now. Does he have enough time to get over this mega health?
No, we're not going to see Salty go hard now. The slow game, the quiet game, the explosiveness from him has been what has been helping him in this matchup. This is one of Lua's better maps, and he knows he's got to play with respect on it. And the respect's being shown, and it's resulted in 2 frags back-to-back, bringing him back into the game. I'm almost wondering if we might see this go to overtime with how cautious both of these players are being at the moment. I mean, we're basically essentially back at the start of the map.
I think both players really know how much is on the line right now. You know, the rankings going into the finals is really important, and the standings have been really mixed up with how many people have been beating each other. You know, like it's not clear at all right now. It's all up in the air who's going to get what ranking. So every match is incredibly important coming down the line here.
No one wants to be that bottom seed.
These two are around a similar level, you know. I think Salty right now is looking at 3rd place, and Lua is looking at like 4th, 5th, somewhere around there. So it's very close right now. And both of these players, they know, you know, how important it is going into a double elimination bracket to not go up against Kama or Dan early in that bracket. So, you know, we're going down to this last 20 seconds, both players being very careful.
This is going to overtime.
Both players, I think it will go to an overtime, and both players not wanting to take a risk. A little bit of damage from Salty, but a little bit of a whiff with his movement.
Yeah.
And the heavy armor is up in 1 second, but the mega health is up in 3 seconds. Both players just happy to wait.
Here we go. He knew that the mega was coming. He got the rail onto Lua. Brilliant shot there, and he gets the heavy armor essentially uncontested. Salty is in such a good position now. Lua is, as we're going into overtime, Lua is not in a great position to start off his time in overtime.
I would say that Lua may be in the better position because he might get this light armor now.
Stack-wise.
And then he'll have an inject as well, so he's actually going to end up with more stack if... No, I'm eating my words now because Salty has this mega health. Now Salty has way more stack. He's going in aggressive.
He's doing it.
He's going to try to get the frag, but the rockets are strong from Lua. The response is strong from Lua. And Lua drops down onto the...
There we are. Salty taken.
Unbelievable.
Map 2. That's twice now that we've seen Salty do back-to-back 2-0s. We're not getting that third map.
Wow. That was good. That was a good match.
That was
a hella good match.
My God. Salty just showing that he has come to prove himself today. Like, I mean, we've been saying all day, no one's here just for just to be here. They're here to prove something. And Salty, I feel like he's put a target on Dan and Dan and Kama with that, saying, "I am coming for you, and watch out." And for both of those players, that's what they're going to have to do. Hamo's just going off to get Salty for another one of his interviews, get him on the stage. He's dragging him across to poor guy. I think he's sick and tired of being on camera today. But yeah, we've got Salty. This is like the third win we've seen from him today. 2 back-to-back, and he's got to be feeling good going into tomorrow.
All right, Salty.
We'll bring the mic up to your mouth, mate.
Yeah, okay.
How you feel about that win, mate? How you feel you went that match?
Oh, I know. It was all right, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it was all right?
Come on, tell us what you really think, mate. The smile on your face says something else.
I feel like that final frag there on Lua was pretty well calculated. You know, you knew to set him up. You knew that he was going to drop on that heavy. You caught him as he was going mid-air. You hit him with 100% LG.
Yeah, I'm looking at what Billy says, Thundermonk trap. That's what we call it. Because that's what Thundermonk does, bro.
Oh, yeah.
That's a
Thundermonk trap.
Yeah.
As they drop down to the heavy and you're coming up the stairs.
Yeah, exactly. And you just have Rocket out so they can't hear you and they just all drop.
Yeah,
I mean, he had to drop because he was pretty low after that round. I know, maybe it wasn't that low, but I don't know if he had to drop. But I just figured if he did.
Mate, if you're hitting the amount of LG that you were hitting, he doesn't need to be low. He's going.
Yeah, I hit some good LG on that. Yeah, actually.
So, like, in general, that last map, like, you were playing extremely slow the whole map. Both of you were taking a lot of caution in the map. It was a very low scoring game. How do you feel like about your approach of that map? Do you think you went into that map thinking, okay, I need to play it slow, or were you trying to adapt to Lewis' style?
Yeah, it's probably just more adapting to Lewis' play style. He plays pretty slow, so I just got to play slow too, because I mean he's got pretty good defensive rockets. So if you just charge into him, especially as a light, you get. Yeah. I mean, as you saw, like I kind of play plus back, but like I kind of like set traps, so I can make kind of like aggressive with it. So I don't know if it's visible to see, but that's why I see it as. Yeah.
Yep. For real. So you've been up here twice now. You've obviously been winning a lot on stage. Do you feel like the stage suits you?
Yeah. Like the PCs feel good. Like I can't tell much difference from the one at home. So yeah, I think it's good. And obviously no ping. So
yeah, no ping. How do you feel about LAN in general? Do you think it's how do you feel about? Do you like playing on LAN or?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
Is it much different from home or similar?
I don't know, but I know it's because you can see the person you're playing, so that's a bit more, like it makes me want to win a bit more. But like as from a physical standpoint, it doesn't feel too much different. I mean, I'm still playing the same game, so.
So is that your last match for the day?
Yeah.
Right, and
how many wins have you come away with today in your group stage?
So I won everyone against except for Dan and Kama, who I lost both. But
so you're coming third right now.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Wow, that is really good.
Considering where you were last LAN, talking Div 2, and now you're
Div 4. He was Div 4 last LAN.
Yeah.
Last LAN you were in Div 2, weren't you?
Div 4.
Div 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Div 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's come a long way.
Yeah. It's good to be winning against
in the top 3
players. So yeah, I'm happy with it. Yeah.
Got that target on the back of Dan and Kama. You coming for him, going for number 1?
Realistically, probably no, but
there's a lot of contention for that third place at the moment.
Yeah,
you know, you got Lua wants to go third. You got Knight, wants to go third. A couple of RR Lucky, he's gunning for it as well. You know, I think whoever comes third this LAN is going to be pretty happy with themselves.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, it could be anyone. Like, no matter who we play today, it's like, if you don't win tomorrow, it's more like, well, you know, you're out. So.
Yeah, for sure. You see, I mean, you see matters a lot going into the finals, though, so you've done a good job today.
Yeah.
So, how are you feeling about tomorrow?
Yeah, all right. I probably can do the same. But, and again, I guess we'll see. So, yeah, not much to say about that.
Confident we'll see you more than
While
twice.
you're on camera, do you have any more shout-outs to say? Anyone to talk to? Do you want to say something directly to Billy?
Yeah, shout out Billy.
Yeah.
Yoffway.
Yeah.
Shout out Lua as well.
Yeah.
Always giving me jewels. Shout out Bandit.
Yeah.
Shout out Lyrios.
Yeah.
You know, Jibby, Teok, everyone.
Yeah.
Giddy, Free Tingle. You know, everyone. I didn't mention. You know, everyone's giving me games and stuff. You know, nice community. So, yeah, pretty nice.
All right. Well, we're going to move on to our next game in a second. We have Dan vs Cam. Holy shit.
Is this the first time we've had Kama on stream today, is it?
Yeah.
Because no one's wanted to move that foot pedal, have they?
So we'll be back in a minute, and thanks for joining us, Salty, and good luck tomorrow.